So, ladies and gentlemen, as has become the custom at the Australian Rowing Championships, after lunch, we usually interview a celebrity, and I couldn't get a celebrity today, so I've got the High Performance Director for Rowing Australia, Paul Thompson, MBE. Tomo, welcome.
Thanks, Rosa.
It's lovely to see you here over West. How long since you've been in Western Australia?
Well, I have been here a little bit, but...
with your role with High
with my
Performance?
role, no, this is the first time in the role. First time to Champion Lakes too, which is a fabulous course.
You would have been here in 1989 in the blowout, were you?
In the blowout, and 1983 on the Canning.
Oh, right. So,
I rode with two good Queensland lads there and won the under-23 4, actually.
Who was that?
Ian Edmonds and Duncan Fisher.
Oh, right, the late Duncan Fisher. Yeah,
Yes.
So that's going back a while, yeah. Ian, of course, is now a grandfather.
Well, thanks for ageing me. I feel as young as like the spring is young.
You've just been through selections for the Australian team for 2023, Senior A and under 23, so preparations under control. How are things looking?
Yes, look, we've had the performance of the rowers, the senior A's, have been very good. A big step on from last year, and we've got some returning Olympians, Jess Morrison for one, and the standard of the team is very high. We just hope, of course, it's high enough. And this year's World Championships in Serbia, as you know, Ray, is the qualification for Paris, and in some of those events, in the 2/8s, in the men's and women's 8s, it's 5 crews through. In the lightweight doubles and the quad sculls, it's 7 through. So, essentially, you're going to have to be working at a medal level to make sure of your qualification. So
I endured that as team manager in 2007. Of course, our men's 8 didn't qualify, and then I think it was the Russians who were disqualified, and we got in. And then in 2016. Our women came in at the last minute. So the athletes, even if they're not qualified, really need to keep going because anything can happen in these days.
Well, absolutely. And this is the first chance, but next year they don't call it the Regatta of Death for nothing.
No.
Exactly. And so, it's really important that we're astute, and of course we're aiming for medals. And if you're winning medals, then the qualification takes care of itself. But yeah, it's important, and strategically we're looking to see as many boats that we can qualify this year as we can. And as we know, like with the women's quad before Tokyo, you can still come through the Regatta of Death and win a medal. So
that's right.
we've got some great talent in Australia, and it's about making sure they've got the right opportunities to show.
And you mentioned Jess Morrison. Did I read that Jess and Annabelle are just going to row the pair? They're not going to double up, is that right?
Well, that's not out of the question, but it's still we've got a squad there, and John Keogh and the women's selectors are still forming their views on what crews to go ahead. Again, we just need to be realistic of the standard of the 8 that we need, and we've got some good athletes there in standalone boats, but there's also some other options that can be looked into.
Yeah, and Tara Rigney was outstanding, I understand, at the trials.
Tara Rigney's always outstanding. She's a fabulous athlete, and she was very good at trials, very impressive, as a lot of other crews were as well. But
she has a cousin who works in used to work in the event industry and worked at a couple of national championships, and I told him a couple of years ago that she was about 18 months ahead of schedule, and I think she's finally catching up to the schedule where she's supposed to be. She is outstanding, isn't she?
Yeah, no, she is, and especially in in the single scull, it's the individual event of our sport, and that's where the giants come and play, and so to be mixing it with those, and having the she's clearly developed, and her and Ellen Randall, and of course she comes from Sydney Uni, and Alfie Young's school there have done a great job with her. She's got a huge touch for the boat, and you can see that it's really artwork when you're watching a row.
It is, and that feel that not every athlete has is interesting. I was intrigued to see that Cormac Kennedy Leverett's done such a great job in the single.
Yeah, he's done a fabulous job and moved into the quad squad, and we know we've got medalists from the double in there, and he's shown the way, and yeah, he's had a really good start. We saw it at the under-23s last year. He won the heat, he won the quarters, he won the semis,
yes.
and then just came a little bit unstuck in the final there and coming fourth. But he's obviously a huge talent, and he's had good impact this season.
Obviously, Fermano's doing a good job with him at the ACT Academy of Sport, so that's good.
Yes, Dave's done a very good job.
Yeah, so that's kudos to Dave.
And to Lincoln Hanley before him.
Yeah. And I think
team approach. Yeah.
Marcus Free coached him originally, so they've done well there. So we try and qualify as many boats as we can. Come 2025, if you and I are sitting here having a conversation, what do we say was a successful Olympic campaign in 2024 in Paris? So it's hard, isn't it, to give it a measure?
Well, it is and it isn't. We're obviously very ambitious, but number one, we have to get the speed out of the boats that's in the boats, yeah? So we want to make sure that, and, we're strategically looking to build boats into projects so that, rowers can have confidence to learn how to row that brand of boat. Key is we need to get them healthy, in shape, and going as fast as they can on the day. We had 5 medals last year at the World Championships, and a gold medal eluded us.
Yep.
So clearly we want to re-establish that. We've got the 4 coming back from the men.
Yep.
We've got a really strong women's 4, the double scull that medalled last year. Jess and Annabelle in the pair, a really strong women's 4.
And Paras.
And Paras, we've got Eric's back. He as the students of para rowing would have seen that he got a world record on the ergo this season, and at trials he was faster than he's been before. So he's maturing like a good wine, he tells me.
And he seems to be enjoying living on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he's had some family concerns, and they've moved back to the Gold Coast. So it's been quite a fresh start for him. It's been a great transition with NSWIS, that New South Wales Institute of Sport, that's been supporting him, and then QAS,
yes.
Queensland Academy of Sport and Benny Southwell up there have really welcomed him. So he's enjoying being in a squad environment there. I do get the occasional video of him sending down, and I did text him one back saying, look, can you just send me the ones where you're in front, mate, not the ones where you're still trying to catch up.
I tried to ring Wayne Diplock a week at the trials, actually, and someone answered the phone, and I didn't really recognise the voice, and he said, come on, you know who it is. And I said, is it Phil Cousins? No. Oh, is it Tristan? No. It's Eric, he says. And I felt like such a dick because I didn't know it was him. It was great to catch up, albeit on the phone. So,
but also on the para side, we've got Jed and Nikki in the double.
Yep.
In the PR3 double, and they've had it's been quite a competitive trialling process in there, and they've posted some good times there, and we've got some new rowers in the 4. So we've got Chad King and James Loveday coming in there, and they're shaping things.
Yeah, it's great
building
to see
on what Gordy.
Great to see Chad back as well. Chad in my time was there, and he was at one stage he was agonising over whether he was going to be the para guy or whether he was going to be the able-bodied coach, and he's come back and he's working with you, so that's great. Tomo, we've got races to call, so it's great to see you, it's great to chat, and we're looking forward to some great racing, and we'll see some great racing straight after lunch here with the senior A's coming out to trot their stuff. So thank you for joining us, and I hope all the senior A's under 23s, everybody has a great regatta. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
All right, ready?
Paper, scissors, rock.
Wait, where are you from?
Melbourne. You snacked that.
Yippee, boys!
Steer the boat better than you steer the trolley. So G and I are about to play rock, paper, scissors to see what veggies we're having for dinner tonight. Scissors, paper, rock. Yes, my choice. So this isn't a vegetable, it's a fruit, but we're gonna have it. Mangoes.
Get the green one.
Boss's orders.
Amanda hates coriander. I love coriander.
It divides our household. So we're gonna play.
Right, we're on for our main, what do you call
Protein.
this? Our main protein for our meal.
Scissors, paper, rock.
I reckon this one's pretty appropriate. Lovely legs. Have you seen Amanda Bateman's legs? We're just gonna get some pretty basic chicken breasts. Beautiful.
Good source of protein.
Protein though, we do need some herbs. So we're gonna have to go to my favorite aisle, which is aisle 7.
My favourite aisle's not aisle 7. My favourite aisle's with lollies on. You're about to reveal your secret herbs and
I
spices.
know my secret herbs and spices. Moroccan spice blend,
go
essential on the chicken.
Can't go wrong.
Down, prices are down. Every day, $6.50. Extra virgin olive oil.
So being big, strong women that train, we have to achieve around 700 grams of carbohydrates a day for optimal performance. So tonight we'll be rocking off to see what carbs we'll be eating. Paper, scissors, rock. Paper, scissors, rock. Right, it is.
Amanda, can we get some Maltesers, please? Pretty honest, when we're choosing our carbs, and if it's been a big day of training, we don't mind a bit of microwave rice. It's pretty cheap, it's pretty easy,
Cuts down on time.
it's quick, but for the purpose of this activity, we'll get the good stuff.
We'll get the good stuff. Carbs we'll be eating tonight, rice.
So this is to make our, like a homemade tzatziki. So we just mix that with the cucumber and a bit of garlic and a bit of lemon juice and we're good to go. Got any spare cookies over there?
Oh,
Thank you so
service with a smile.
much. If you don't ask, you don't know. Cheers.
Spin it that way. All right, that's a wrap. Time to cook.
If we think about being courageous in a training environment, for me personally, that would mean being willing to put everything on the line, but at the same time, trying to be as consistent as possible in what I'm doing.
Being open to put yourself out there and line up for a piece and just say, well, I'm going to do the best I can do, and whether that pays off or not is irrelevant.
Yeah, just the ability to really take on a race, I think, is a skill that not many people learn or get taught, and it's something that you sort of have to figure out yourself.
Having the confidence to take risks when it might be a bit outside of the box. Having the courage to try new things, whether that be, you know, in your race plan, different training styles, different like rowing technique. I think for me, that's what has made like the biggest difference. It's scary, but it's good to have.
Thank you to Paul Thompson for his time there in that rather illuminating interview, and timely too, given we're about to see the first, the 3 heats of the Open Women's Single Scull. So the first of our senior national team athletes at the top level of racing on the course very soon. And they'll be racing for spots through to the semi-final of the Open Women's Single Scull. So one of the big events of this regard, the Open Women's Single has 3 heats and the Open Men's Single Scull to follow with 4 heats. So a good afternoon of racing in prospect here. We are still waiting for a start with the boats. Those watching on the live stream, you'll see, or the big screens here at the venue, the boats, most of the boats still yet to back into the start pontoon for this first of 3 heats in the Open Women's Single Scull. So racing still a couple of minutes away. Can confirm the scratching here of the Lane 1 sculler from the University of Queensland. So it will just be a field of 6 in this opening heat. First 2 through to the semi-finals and the remainder to the repechage. So the 2 scullers who are in position closest to the camera there are in lanes 2 and 3. Rhea Thompson from the University of Queensland, of course, Olympic bronze medalist in the women's quad back in Tokyo 2020 and 2021 as it was.
How confusing was it?
I'm confused already, that's right. But at least we can get back on schedule with Paris 2024. Hopefully after that, we've had enough of these messed up years. But so Rhea Thompson there in lane 2. Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club racing in lane 3. Sarah Ashland from North Esk in Tasmania in lane 4. Claire Jamieson of the University of Queensland lane 5. Ella Marshall from the Mersey Rowing Club in lane 6, and Amanda Bateman from the Melbourne University in lane 7. And some great races in prospect here this afternoon, Ray.
That's for sure. And you mentioned Rhea Thompson. We were giving Dave Orchard a rap earlier in the day. Of course, Rhea began being coached by David, I think, for Melbourne Rowing Club.
think so, yes. So she was one who went the other way, a Victorian who moved to Queensland.
She saw the light, Richard. Yes, she saw the light, unlike yourself. I'm sure you'd be welcome back one day.
They let me in eventually. They didn't for a couple of years, bizarrely enough, but luckily things have changed since then. But, we're getting close here to a start. The boat holders certainly earning their money out there in the warmth today. We'll be doing that job for the remainder of the afternoon. And we do have 6 boats.
And we thank our boat holders. We thank all the volunteers. Regattas like this would not function without the number of volunteers who help out. And thanks to Sarah Black from Rowing WA for the great job she's done recruiting volunteers.
She's been recruiting for 12 months. I recall at Nagambie last year, Sarah was running around signing up volunteers for this year's regatta. So she's done an excellent job, and everything seems to be operating well in the first half of the opening day of this regatta.
And nice to recognise Chris Grummett, the job he's done here as well, having a lot of this stuff in BMA event production. Chris Grummett's been here for the last fortnight or so working at the Australian Canoeing Championship, so his reputation is growing, having done this sort of work for Rowing Australia for many years now. And BMA event productions from Queensland here, and they're providing a lot of advice to Richard and I, and bringing you these pictures and all of the entertainment in a coordinated fashion as they get underway. And Rhea Thompson has got away best, nearest the camera, furthest away from you, the spectators, in Station 2. She's currently coached by Ben Southwell and Gus Rodero. Lauren Graham of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Donovan Seck and Lachlan Carter. Sarah Ashland, Tasmania North-Est Rowing Club, coached by Trevor Barrett. Claire Jamieson of University of Queensland, coached by Michael Russell. Ella Marshall of Mersey is coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett. And Melbourne University's Amanda Bateman. Amanda, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, but also a member of the National Training Centre. So no coach listed for her. May well be that it's Ellen Randall. From Monday to Friday, but here for Victoria, she'll be listed maybe even under Noel Donaldson as the head coach at the VIS.
Could well be, yes. Noel, very active, the Victorian program, and recently himself named back to the Australian team with an under-23 that he will take to the under-23 World Championships in Bulgaria later this year. So Noel's,
I missed that.
Yeah, back on the Australian team for the first time in 11 years. Since he last held down he's done a couple of things since, of course, in other parts of the world, but back on the Australians, the under-23 team this year.
It would have been inappropriate for me to wear my Dolphins cap on the coverage here, but one of the first people I heard from the day the mighty Dolphins beat the filthy Roosters was Noel Donaldson, so thank you for that, Noel. Far side of the course there, Amanda Bateman's got away quite strongly, which is the nearest side of the course as far as I'm concerned, on this side. And Rhea Thompson is in second place, about a length behind Bateman. Then follows Claire Jamieson, Sarah Ashland and Lauren Graham. And then at the rear of the field is Ella Marshall of Mersey. But Amanda Bateman, unsurprisingly, going strongly in Station 7, which is nearest to the judges' tower.
And speaking of national teams, Amanda Bateman recently named in the women's double scull for the Australian team this year. And she'll race with Laura Goulet, who we saw dominate the under-23 single scull. I think it was an hour or so ago.
18 seconds faster than the next fastest heat.
Very, very quick time, and with a little bit left in the tank too, it looked like. So Goulet and Bateman will travel overseas with the Australian team for the European racing season in the women's double scull.
And Thompson again in the quad.
The quad. It's the same quad too as that crew that did so well to claim a bronze medal back in Tokyo, and that
Caitlin Cronin.
Yes, Harriet Hudson and Rowena Meredith and Rhea Thompson were the four. So bronze medalists in Tokyo.
Yep.
And they will look to possibly improve on that come the Paris Olympics regatta, which is now only under a year and a half away.
Yeah, it is. There's no doubt about that. And the planning is well advanced. I know Paul is off to America shortly, doing some planning for the 2028 Olympics.
This is on the short course. The 1500 metre Olympics, as they'll be.
Yes, the 1500 metre Olympics, yes. So Yeah, the planning never ends for those sort of events, and certainly Tomo was on his way over to America to try and secure a training venue prior to going to this year's World Championship, if at all possible. So Amanda Bateman through the 1,000 metre mark in 3 minutes 48.94. So she's doing very nicely there. 9.03 seconds clear of Rhea Thompson in second place. The first two will go through to the semi-final, and according to the form guide is how the race is unfolding. Bateman leading Thompson 2.5 lengths back to Lauren Graham in third place. Then follows Claire Jamieson, Sarah Ashland and Ella Martin. So some beautiful pictures coming through from our fixed cameras over on the western side of the course, and they show clearly that Amanda Bateman of Melbourne University Boat Club, Victorian Institute of Sport Clear, of the University of Queensland Academy of Sport Rhea Thompson in second place. Those two look destined to go through directly to the semi-final. The remaining scullers to a repechage, races 148 and 149 tomorrow. Lauren Graham, Sarah Ashland, Claire Jamieson and Ella Marshall.
So Lauren Graham there for Sydney Rowing Club in third, coached by Donovan second, Lachlan Carter. The Queenslander fourth, Claire Jamieson, coached by Michael Russell. And two scullers from Tasmania, fifth and sixth spot, Sarah Ashland from North Esk, coached by Trevor Barrett, so from Launceston. And then from the Mersey Rowing Club in Devonport, it would be Ella Marshall in sixth spot. She's coached by David Tippett and Merv Tippett, but certainly showing why she is in the Australian double scull. Of Maria Thompson on opposite sides of the course, but the fair gap between those two.
Amanda's big sister, of course, Katrina, rode at the Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games. Katrina Bateman going for Mercantile.
Did some coaching at Loreto Toorak for a year or two.
And third place clearly now. And repechage, but Amanda Bateman is absolutely highballing out in front here in the lane nearest to the spectator side. Just a slight cross, predominantly head, just coming from lane 7. And good conditions in her lane and is well clear.
Yeah, the breeze has certainly lengthened the times out today as far as the overall race is concerned, but doesn't seem to have been particularly into the breeze most of the way down the
Merv Tippett, Mersey. Dave and Merv seem to do all of the here to Western Australia, which is fantastic. And got quite a big the camera honing in now on Amanda Bateman. Great run. Beautifully, she's getting nice long stroke. So well rode to Amanda Bateman, a very convincing win indeed. Side of the course, and both ends with Lauren Graham, and then fourth still to be. Fifth will be University of Queensland's Claire Rowing Club from Tasmania. That's unofficial.
Amanda Bateman takes it from lane will be back on the water in the semi-finals in a couple of days' time.
So Heat 2, Richard?
Heat 2 is well underway, and I'll get some pictures now as they appear on screen. It is a full field of 7 in this particular heat, with only, in fact, it's not a full field of 7. You can now scratch lane 7. And we mentioned that Olympic quad not long. Amato for ANA is racing in lane 1. Caitlin Cronin for the University of Queensland. ANU in 4. Harriet Hudson from Sydney, lane 5. And Nicola Greenland from Sydney University racing in lane 6.
And Alton, who's been withdrawn in lane 7, was recently named in the women's 8 squad.
Indeed.
New to the National Training Centre.
Yes, exactly. That's her first year in the senior team too, Lily Alton. But yes, in the squad, I think includes an 8 and possibly pair and 4 to come from that group. But Lily Alton certainly now amongst the top category of Australian women's sweep rowers as well.
So it's Harriet Hudson of Cronin in second place, Rowena Meredith third. So the 3 members of the quad scull in first, second and third, but only
2 can go through.
Yep, one of them Meredith, who's under a bit of pressure. But Harriet Hudson rowed schoolgirl rowing at Somerville House.
Yes.
Did she endure your coaching?
No, not at Somerville. No. I was at
you were at St Margaret's.
Yes,
oh,
yes.
Okay.
And also I was at All Hallows in the time when Caitlin Cronin went through the system there. So had a bit more to do with Caitlin Cronin's early career than Harriet Hudson's, but she's endured that and gone on to far bigger and better things since.
And Nicola Greenland, coached by Tommy Lorich. So Tommy, an Olympian himself, coaching at Sydney University Boat Club. And in Station 1 on the far side, of course, Marianne Amato, coached by Graham Scattergood. Graham, formerly in Tasmania, now coaching at the ANA Rowing Club in Western Australia. But highballing in front, Harriet Hudson, Sydney Rowing Club, N-Swiss, clear where she's... 6:04.98 through the 1500 metre mark. Caitlin Cronin 6.21 back, and then follows Rowena Meredith in third place. It's very difficult to see any change in the order happening, barring mishap, Richard.
Yeah, they're certainly fairly spread out, and it's the 3 you'd expect at the head of the field, and some substantial gaps between them. So with the top 2 to go through, you would have to assume that will be Hudson and Cronin, but only about 350 metres in fact to race for our leading couple of scullers, and Harriet Hudson certainly extended her lead out to beyond 6 seconds after 1500 metres. So she is comfortably in front of this race, and Caitlin Cronin, who'll row the women's single scull for Queensland also on Sunday afternoon. She did it a few years ago too in Lake Barrington, and led from memory
made a bold bid for victory, and
did.
Only got rowed down in the dying stages by Tara Rigney.
That's correct. So, which probably isn't a bad loss to have.
Sculling in Australia, that particular performance, and it was an outstanding row to win the interstate women's single after Caitlin Cronin made a very bold bid for victory, having led for about 1,895 metres of the 2,000 metre race. But it is Harriet Hudson here. Doing a great job. Caitlin Cronin in second place, Rowena Meredith holding there in third. Then follows Nicola Greenland, Bonnie Andrews and Marianne Amato, and unlikely to see any change in that order, I would suggest. So this one's slightly slower than the previous. Raced it all the way to the line. Harriet Hudson will go over 8 minutes, I would suggest. 8:06.39, so quite a disparity in times there. But Hudson said more than once that times mean nothing in rowing.
Yes, wise words.
Yeah, so Hudson and Caitlin Cronin And 16:38 back to Rowena Meredith in Heat 2. So Heat 3, Richard must be just about ready to get underway.
Yeah, it's racing down the course as we speak. Nicola Greenland's just crossed there in 4th place as well. And it will be Bonnie Andrews for the ANU in 5th, and Marion Amato for ANA will finish in 6th place on the far side of Champion Lake. She's still about 120 metres out from the finish line. But Heat 3 is underway. 3rd and final heat of the women's single scull, and there's a distinctive green-looking Somerville houseboat in that race. But it is the West Australian Rowing Club, Sophie Gillies in lane 2, Marnie Evans from Brisbane and GPS in 3, Catherine Plume of Toowong in lane 4, Tara Rigney, who we spoke about before. Catherine Kahn of the Australian National University is racing in lane 7.
I think in the selection trials, Tara Rigney went something like 7:19 in the speed order trial, so we would imagine that she would win this race reasonably comfortably, and if she chooses, would be the fastest. She could conserve some energy down the course here, but she's certainly leading, and leading handsomely. Sydney University and Swiss Tara Rigney. Good race for 2nd and 3rd. Kate Morris leading Catherine Kahn there. Catherine Kahn from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding, and Kate Morris, as you were, coached by Kath Borger and Alan Borger. Rowing for Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. Catherine Plume is next from Toowong, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. And the rest of the field have got the work to do in front of them. But 2nd place will get you into the...
Effectively, you'll avoid the race tomorrow because the repechage will be in about this time tomorrow, whereas the semi-finals will come on Wednesday before the finals in Thursday. Expect Tara Rigney will feature prominently in those semi-finals, and no doubt the final as well, as she goes through 1,500 metres now with a lead of close to 4 boat lengths. It would be 6:17.59, so it looks like she'll end up somewhere over 8 minutes, barring a very, very fast last 500 metres, which is not required here. In any case, she is 10.5 seconds now clear of Kate Morris of Brisbane and GPS in 2nd place, and Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University remains 3rd. In the green boat there, it's a Toowong sculler in the bright green boat. That is Catherine Plume for Toowong, so she's across the 3/4 mark in a clear 4th spot.
So the interest is in lane 6 and 7, because 2nd place will get you directly into the semi-finals. It is Kate Morris of Brisbane and GPS who's narrowly holding down 2nd place over the ANU sculler in 3rd, Catherine Kahn. And that's where the real interest is. Tara Rigney's turned it off, I'm suggesting, and turned it off quite some time back. And Kate Morris is trying to respond to that challenge from Catherine Kahn, knowing full well that 2nd place will get you directly through to the semi-final. I think, if my memory's correct, that Marnie Evans and Kate Morris may actually be rowing the club double later in the week. And so this is a great hit out for them both here in the single scull racing, in this particular instance, against Australia's best single sculler in Tara Rigney. She's hanging on to that lead for 2nd place, isn't she, Kate Morris?
Yeah, absolutely. She's certainly still there in 2nd, and I think you're right. She probably is making up some ground on towards the finish, but a great performance by Kate Morris from Brisbane and GPS. They'll form a formidable combination, you would think, when the club double scull race comes around in a couple of days' time. They're always keenly fought after those club events, with members only from the one club allowed to enter.
And the coaching married couple, Catherine and Alan Borger, towed the boats across for them.
Another one. There have been a lot of people here. The trips across the Nullarbor have been fun to watch in the past week or so.
Well, it was fun to do, he said.
Rigney, the Australian single sculler, comes across and takes the win in Heat 3 of the Open Women's Single Scull for Sydney University.
8:31.31, I think. She turned it off well before the 1,000 metre mark. 6.76 back to Kate Morris. Catherine Kahn in 3rd place. Then of Brisbane and GPS, and Sophie Gillies of the West Australian Rowing Club in 6th place. Richard and I always struggle with West Australian Rowing Club.
Yes, it is the tongue twister. Designed to confuse us.
I bought a copy of the West Australian newspaper on Friday, Richard, and I have to say I was very disappointed to find there was no racing form guide for Brisbane and Adelaide.
Sacrilege, sacrilege.
It's horrendous.
What is happening to the media in this country? I don't know. I don't know.
So, Heat 1 of the men's single.
Yes, Heat 1 of 4, so a bigger field, in fact, here in the men's single scale. 4 heats, which means the winner only goes straight through to the semi-final. So, potentially some tight racing here for that one. From Buckingham. Lane 2, Joel Kane from Melbourne University. Lane 3 should be James Meads from Banks. We've got some different names up on screen, but we'll try and confirm, unless there's been a redraw in this particular event.
That we haven't been made aware of.
Because there were 4 heats scheduled with possibly only a couple more entries in the women's event, but we'll see as they get closer precisely who is who in this race. Definitely got a field of 6 out there on the course. I take it back, a field of 5 in fact. There is a Buckingham sculler on the far side, and it looks to be Sydney University out in front. So that is definitely not James Meads of Banks racing in lane 4.
And Campbell
Sam
Watts.
Marsh, in fact, we understand. Sam Marsh of Swan River, potentially. And Campbell Watts would be the Sydney University sculler. So it does appear this event has been redrawn. We'll try and bring you the new draw as soon as it lands up here on the top floor of the finish tower. But for Swan River, it looks to be Sam Marsh. And then for Sydney University in second place there as well.
Yeah, well, there's no
Campbell Watts from Sydney Uni. It will
there's
be.
no Pine River sculler, so Henry Borges not there in lane 7.
But there is a Buckingham sculler. So I think Joseph Wilson of Buckingham is still there on the far side as was originally scheduled. But the top 2 here, it is the Swan River sculler out in front. We believe Uni. Only one will go through after all this. And the Sydney Uni sculler's coming home late here too against the sculler from Swan River. But Campbell Watts, who's certainly an experienced athlete too in the single scull. Sam Marsh has had to lift for the Swan River Rowing Club on his home course here at Champion Lakes. But with 3 or 4 strokes to go, he will do enough. They're certainly pushing to the line here with some power. But Sam Marsh does enough and goes through. So it is Swan River first, Sydney Uni second place. And then it may well be the Buckingham sculler on the far side of the course there
Team
in
Hong
third.
Kong scullers from it.
Yes, there are, which is why those colours certainly were difficult to recognise. But it looks like Hin Chun Chiu and Chi Fung Chan, the 2 scullers from Team Hong Kong there in 4th and 5th place. So we think that Sam Marsh of Swan River is through to the semis of the Open men's at single scull. And we'll also therefore assume there are only 3 heats in this event, which probably means the progression will change to top 2.
Yeah. James Meads in 2. Tom Wilcox was entered in Jack Barrett, and well, I would suspect on overwhelming form, Jack Hargraves in lane 5 would be the favourite for the
We have some experience in that regard, so it'll be seamless, I'm sure. But yes, Jack Hargraves from Sydney University is rowing in the outside lane of this heat of the Open men's at single scull, and certainly it does not surprise to see him.
The defending champion, or was the interstate champion last year? Oh, David Bartholow won. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Stuart John, who's brought us. Lane 1 is Joel Kane. Lane 2, Banks. Scratch lane.
Okay, so we still do have 4 heats after all. That has been a redraw, so obviously a couple of scratchings, but it is still 4 heats, which still suggests that the winner only will go through to the semi-final. So Sam Marsh from Heat 1, the race just completed, and it looks increasingly likely that Jack Hargraves will do the same here from Heat 2. Jack Hargraves, of course, an Olympic gold medalist in the this year too, that won the gold medal in Tokyo. So Jack Hargraves a big part of that, and they're on the hunt for their in this Open men's single scull, and racing here, of course, for the Steve Hinchy Memorial Trophy too for the Open men's single scull. One of the great men of of Queensland and Australian rowing too, who did so much for the sport over many years. One of the new trophies I think we had 2 years ago. Was
2 years
for the
ago
first time
in Lake
at Lake
Barrington. Yeah,
Peter Huggett was there to assist in the presentation.
Steve passed away in 2020 on the same day, the same date a year later after the late great Nick Garrett.
Wow.
So 8th of July is the date that we lost Nick Garrett in 2019 and Dr. Stephen Hinchy in 2020. And you're right, this is for the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy. And kudos to Greg Smith, who did all the work to get that trophy into being. And the first time it was rowed, it was won by Cam Girdlestone, and which was a wonderful experience. And the winners get a medallion, the Steve Hinchy medallion, to take with them.
As it will, he's clear here only by a couple of lengths. The bank sculler there, Jack. He at a leisurely pace comes across to win the second heat of the Open men's at single scull. So it is Jack Hargraves first, James Meads from the way of the sculler in the centre of the course, Jack Barrett. And then we'll finish in fourth spot.
And I'm pretty sure he's from Nyngan in Western New South Wales. And then, of course, Dan Noonan, who won an Olympic medal, is from Warren, so just down the road.
Oh,
in
yes.
the scheme of things,
Neighbours,
out that way.
practically neighbours on that.
Yeah. I noticed in the previous race, did he start Alexander Jeremiah Jenkins?
Mention Churchy if that was the case.
Anglican Church Grammar School, your old alma mater.
Yes. But, it is the third heat, however, now on the course, and a couple of lane out just before with Paul Thompson. Right, is Cormac Kennedy Leverett.
It's Cormac represented at the last year, where he won his heat, his quarterfinal, his semi-final, and finished fourth in the final of the World Under-23 Championships. And of course, Caleb Antle has put together a great CV over the last couple of years, and will be hard to beat in this event. Henry Yule from Tamar, Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Tim Masters. So all have represented Australia, and then Henry Borger from Pine Rivers, the son of Alan and Kate Borger. It's a tough field. Yule, Masters, Antle and Kennedy Leverett here in the lead.
Caleb Antle looks to be just in front here by a length or so. The sculler in the ANU colours there in the centre of the course. So the Australian double scull member from this year against the Australian quad scull or quad.
Yeah. Back
Yeah, and that will be Caleb Antill in a couple of strokes. And will secure in the open men's single. Kennedy Leverett for Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Ewell there, the lane 2 sculler from UTS Haberfield.
And Henry Borger of Pine Rivers. I think our co-commentator here, Stuart John, just got a little excited when someone from ANU won that race.
He was out of his seat for that one.
Yeah, did you see? All right. The next race he represented in the beach surf.
The beach sprints, yes. Yes, that's right.
Mitch Blackmore Cram, Mark Easterbrook, Benjamin. Only will advance directly to the semi-final. Richard, so Delamata and Blackmore Cram, both coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti.
Oh, some mouthfuls there, right? I just hope this isn't close, because if we have Marcus Delamata and Mitch Blackmore Cram sprinting to the line here,
yes,
for the time.
No, we'll have to keep calm, that's for sure.
But it was, I think, the 2 UTS scullers who did lead through first as the centre of the course. In fact, Ben Canham from Melbourne University is the other one who's up in the top 3 spot. And he is, in fact, our race leader there. It looks like Benjamin Canham from
Melbourne Uni Victorian Institute of Sport.
Yep, as they head towards the island here on the end of the to Penn and the finish tower, all on an island, and 2 bridges connecting that back to the mainland. The training lake behind us, where the rowers all get on and off the water.
Action. Over there, and of course the gravel was extracted at Penrith.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
I don't know if it was built in Freeway or just sold, but Richard, we're talking about it earlier, and we're just hoping that the weather gods are kind to us between now and March next year, so we can get back to Penrith for the first time in 5 years. Notwithstanding that the Masters are there in June.
Yes. So Ben Canham here for Melbourne University has gone. Well, as it is Marcus Delamata there in second place, 5.15 seconds between the 2 of them, and I would think that Mitch Blackmore Cram is still there in 3rd place. He is indeed, but quite a gap back, 16.63 seconds in fact from 2nd to 3rd, and only first will qualify here for the semis directly, so it does look increasingly likely to be the Victorian scull there. Benjamin Canham from the Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, from Marcus Delamata of UTS Haberfield over on the far side of the course, the western side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. Yes, Mark Easterbrook of ANA, another of the West Australian rowing clubs, who are here in such numbers, of course, at this regatta, as you'd expect when it's raced in their home territory. He's racing in lane 3 there, Mark Easterbrook, coached by Graham Scattergood, but he would be certainly in 5th place. So Benjamin Canham has really seconds with 500 to go. It's a lot more than that now.
He's certainly dropped the rating a bit there, hasn't he?
He has, so maybe the rest of the field's dropped away from him. But in any case, he continues to be substantially out in front, the sculler from Melbourne. Over the concluding strokes of the race. but a win regardless, and he will go through to the semi-finals of the Open Men's Singles Scull. So Benjamin Canham in first place. The far side row there, Marcus Della Mata, to go through into second place, but he'll still have to race the repechage of this event, which will be on tomorrow's program. Third place will go to Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Fourth, Callum Britsky. And fifth will be Mark Easterbrook. And a margin of victory of almost 20 seconds, so certainly blowing out there in the concluding stages of that race. So the 4 heats concluded in the Open Men's Single Scull, that redrawn event. So please keep an eye on the results and the progression through to the next round of racing, of course, with the repechages to be raced tomorrow.
Fair Heat 1 in lane 2 is University of Technology Sydney Haverfield Western Australian Rowing Club composite Jack Cleary and George Finlayson. Sydney Harry Crouch and Spencer Turren in lane 4. Sydney Wace, Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks are in lane 5. Commercial VIS or Commercial Mercantile Angus Whitcomb and Harley Moore are in lane 6, and lane 7 is Melbourne University Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Vetruni.
Yeah, some big names in this race and some close racing too. Some good entrants too in the Open Men's Coxless pair. It was narrowly at halfway, the lane 2 combination, UTS and the West Australian Rowing Club. So Jack, what's listed as it's the Sydney Mercantile combination. I think it was lane 5, Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks, who look to be in second to me. So I think that is just a Sydney Rowing Club crew, unless there has been a change that we also don't know about. But and then it was Sydney Rowing Club 3rd and 4th. So Alex Nicol and Alex Wolfe in lane 4, Harry Crouch and Spencer Turren in lane 3. The next 2 combinations. Also Melbourne Uni, Wynne Pope and Vetruni on the outside of the course. But we'll get a clear look here as they head through the 1500 metre mark as well. The race lead was with the crew closest to the camera of Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club and George Finlayson from the University of Technology Sydney. They are still certainly in the ascendancy of the crews closest to them, but they're in the middle of the course. Some moves coming from certainly Hardy and Hicks, the first of those. Mercantile composite crew over in lane 6 are making a bold fight for the lead here too. They trail by only about a canvas, but it is it's definitely Mercantile in that boat along with Sydney Rowing Club. So I'm not sure if it is Sam Hardy and Josh Hicks in the boat, but that is their lane. So we'll assume that to be the same crew. Commercial Mercantile, they're in second place, 0.81 of a second behind, and 1.27 seconds back to UTS and the West Australian Rowing Club on lane 2. So the top 3 will all go through to the semi-finals here with just 3 heats in the Open Men's Cox's pair. So all 3 of those crews are likely to qualify, but the order yet to be completely sorted out. As we see Mercantile Sydney and Commercial Mercantile, the 2 composite crews in lanes 5 and 6, having a great race for the lead now ahead of UTS and the West Australian Rowing Club in lane 2.
For quite some time now, so it's a bit.
It is, but yeah, it's definitely fact. So Sydney in the stroke seat, Mercantile on the bow of that boat, and beside them, it's definitely the Mercantile Commercial combination. So Angus Whitcomb of Mercantile
and Harley Moore of Commercial. Yeah, they're certainly the leading boat.
Yes, they are.
Lizzie Chapman's just joined us. Lizzie, can you tell us who's in that Sam Hardy? Okay, so it must be a Mercs rower there.
Here, so we'll get to see some more of this crew in the Mercantile, but both will go through. So it is lane qualifiers directly through the Sydney combination lane 4. That's Nickel and Wolf. And it then looks like lane 3, which should be Spencer Turren and Harry Crouch, will finish in 6th place.
Yep, that's Spencer's hat, all right. So heat 2 is underway, Richard, in lane 2, Melbourne. 3, Sydney University, Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench. Lane 4, Sydney University, Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles. Lane 5, Alex Composite with UTS Huddersfield, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery.
So again, some of the big names in Australian rowing in this particular heat, and doing well in the middle stages. It is lane 3. With lane 5 also from Sydney Uni, with Sydney Uni in fact occupying all the centre lanes here. Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell racing in lane 5, and they are certainly looking to show out as their top 2 crews. But and the other one up there is Paddy Holt of UTS and Rowan Lavery of the Melbourne University Boat Club, who are racing on lane 6 in this race, so closest to the where Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench look at this stage to be holding down 3rd spot, but some pretty big margins here. And Sydney Uni go through 1500 with a substantial lead here, about 3 lengths it would be from the crew there on the
Jackson Kench. So a lot of the NTC athletes here rowing in different combinations that they're not used to. Rowing, it's because it's not an NTC event. It is they're here rowing for their clubs and their institutes and academies and one thing and another, because they do get supported by, some get supported by state institutes and others do not, and some supported by clubs, not the National Training Centre.
Yeah, the national trials were completed a bit over a week ago up in Penrith, of course, and that Australian team was named last weekend.
Yep.
Competing here instead for National Championships glory, and certainly doing best of all here in the closing strokes of this second heat is Marcus Britt and Alex Purnell. Sport.
Coached by Don McLaughlin and Big Tommy Lorridge.
Alex Purnell also a member of the that same men's Cox's 4 we mentioned earlier, with Jack Hargraves, Alex Hill and Spencer Turren, of course, we saw in the previous race. So the gold medalist from Tokyo looking to go out.
Second place, nearest to the judges' tower. William Ackerman, still eligible for under 23s, I believe, that crew.
They would be, yes. Yes, so the canned Melbourne Uni crew there, and then they'll finish 4th. Line 4 combination of the open men's coxless pair, which means just 1 heat remains, the 3rd and final heat in the open men's pair. A field of 5 listed in that one. And there is the start list for Heat 3, the open men's coxless pair. 3rd and final heat. There is a scratching there from Swan River Lane 5. So 4 crews remain. 3. Simon Keenan, Adelaide, Sydney in lane 3. That's Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill. And lane 4, Commercial Canned, Angus McAskill and Tom Coates. And then over in lane 6 with lane 5 being empty. Lane 6 is Team Hong Kong of San Tung Lam. And at the halfway mark of the race, it does appear they're pretty much coming down, well, close to lane order, at least with our top couple of crews. The vacant lane there has caused some confusion with the timing system, in fact, but certainly it was Melbourne Uni Mercantile, Jack Robertson and Simon Keenan who led, and Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill were half a length or so behind them in second place, 1.64 seconds. So the action is on the western side of the course, there's no doubt about that. Team Hong Kong, in fact, are third at halfway, and then it would be Commercial Canned who were in fourth place.
So again, our timing says it's different to what we have in our course, our paper. Jack Robinson from Mercs and Simon Keenan from Melbourne Uni are the crew we have in lane 2, but what we're seeing on our screen says something slightly different to that. Then we have Torrin Olsen of Sydney and Alex Hill of Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 3. Angus McAskill of Canned and Tom Coates of Commercial, and then Team Hong Kong, San Tung Lam and Wei Chun Wong. No doubt the leader is on the far side. The Team Hong Kong crew's going well on this side, Richard.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's, as we were mentioning, I think, before with Stuart, great to see the international crews starting to come back to this regatta. We had such big years of international crews in the Sydney International Regatta days in the mid-2010s. And Team Hong Kong, they're competing well in the open men's coxless pair. But going through to take the lead after 1,500 metres is now the Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill combination for the Sydney and Adelaide rowing clubs.
Certainly Alex Hill in the stroke seat with that very distinctive way he rows.
Yep. They were just 0.89 of a second over what may or may not be a Melbourne Uni Sydney composite crew in lane 2. So it's Simon Keenan and insert name here possibly.
Yes.
Because it is definitely
Well, this may
Sydney.
well be Josh Hicks, do we think?
Well, maybe they've swapped, is that?
Yeah, it may well be, and we haven't been advised of that. Josh, as I said, a Western Australian. He went to college in America and then came back and has been in the national college in the States.
So yes, it's Melbourne Uni Sydney on the far side. Adelaide Sydney in lane 3. They're clearly our top 2, and Team Hong Kong there as well in the qualifying spot. That's the important part to come out of this third and final heat of the open men's coxless pair. So back in fourth place, it'll be Angus McAskill of the Canned Rowing Club and Tom Coates from Commercial, two of the Queensland rowers here, coached by Scott Rowe and Stephen Pozzi. But they will have to go via the repechage tomorrow. The other three crews off to the semi-finals, which will take place on Wednesday for the open men's coxless pair. And the finals then to come on Thursday. So it's getting interesting again here. The crew on the far side is having a late surge here. The Melbourne Uni and Sydney Rowing Club composite crew as it currently is, and they are making up some ground late. These two are both going to race in the semis, and they'll be separated by barely a canvas on the line, but it will be the boat on lane 3 which gets across first. So Torrin Olsen and Alex Hill will take the win.
Okay,
Sam Hardy in the boat there with, therefore, Simon Keenan in second place, we believe, and Team Hong Kong, San Tung Lam and Wei Chun Wong finished third. They all qualify for the semi-finals. Fourth will go to Commercial and Canned as they cross the line now. So a couple of crews changing combinations there, but our qualifiers set for the semis of the open men's coxless pair. With perfect timing, as one race ends, the next one begins down at the held start at 2,000 metres here at Champion Lakes. It is the first heat of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. The first heat of 3 required in this event. Field there of 6. Amelia Cooper from UTS Haberfield, Charlotte Ball from Melbourne University, Phoebe Doolan from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Emily Graham from the University of Queensland, Imogen Walker from Toowong, and Jazz Ingle from Griffith University Surfers Paradise is racing in lane 7. So 4 scullers from Queensland in this opening heat. They race through the first 500 metres here in the opening heat of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. And it looked to be possibly the scull there from Toowong in lane 6, Imogen Walker, who certainly cleared out from the scullers either side of her. Closest to the camera on the western side of the course is also Amelia Cooper from UTS Haberfield. I'm told is also a talented coastal rower, as well as being involved in stillwater rowing, or classic rowing, I think we call it now, do we? The traditional version of the sport. It is indeed Imogen Walker of the Toowong Rowing Club in Brisbane, coached by James Doring and Leo Karademetris, who leads here for Toowong pretty comfortably too. She's opened up a 4 3/4 second lead after 500 metres ahead of Jazz Ingle from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in second place. She's coached by Christopher Holliday and Duncan Free, and Amelia Cooper in third place for UTS Haberfield. Ahead then of Charlotte Ball in fourth from Melbourne Uni. Charlotte Ball was in the junior women's 8, sat in the bow seat of last year's Australian junior women's 8, so has already represented Australia in her relatively short rowing career at this stage, still racing in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, but sitting currently in 4th spot with only 2 to go through to the semis from this race. The all-knowing Lizzie Chapman just confirming this is a selection event too for the under-21 athletes. So Australian team positions on the line here for these athletes based on their results at this national championship regatta. So certainly plenty to race for here, and every spot therefore very important. Imogen Walker from Toowong in lane 6. Still sticking with there is Jazz Ingle of Griffith University, but I think the 2 scullers on the other side too are coming through strongly in the middle of this race. Amelia Cooper of UTS Haberfield and Charlotte Ball of Melbourne University looking for the top 2 spots to move through to the semi-finals of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. And they're about halfway through this race now. And the Toowong colours there, the distinctive predominantly bright yellow of Toowong, comfortably out in front by a couple of lengths it would be. University of Queensland, Emily Graham is also moving through strongly in the middle strokes, but I reckon it is the case that those sculls on the far side have been overtaken by UTS Haberfield on the camera side of the course. So Imogen Walker still leads this race for the Toowong Rowing Club.
Amelia Cooper now second. Is coming at her, isn't she?
Yeah, she is indeed. Showing a strong race there over in lane 2. And they are now our top 2. Jazz Ingle back to 3rd. Emily Graham 4th for University of Queensland. Charlotte Ball and Phoebe Doolan. Special guests coming in after this next race, I believe, Ray. So I'll leave you shortly to interview the as yet unnamed special guest, but it's worth hanging around for. We'll make it sound extremely suspenseful.
I'm full of suspense, that's for sure.
We have so 3 heats in total to go here in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. They'll be followed by the heats of the lightweight men's single scull, the under-21 lightweight men's single scull as well. As we're looking to determine the top 2 from this opening heat to move straight through to the semi-finals of this event. Still the Toowong rower who's led this race from the start, maintains the lead of all the Queensland scullers around here. 4 Queenslanders in this race, in fact. So from 4 different clubs: Rockhampton, Fitzroy, University of Queensland, Toowong, and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So several different parts of the state represented there, but it's Imogen Walker doing best of all amongst them, and also still Amelia Cooper, the UTS Haberfield rower, over in lane 2. We look to be in our top 2 spots as they're soon to come through the 1500 metre marker of this race as well, and certainly Amelia Cooper maintains a lead over Charlotte Ball next to her. Phoebe Doolan from Rockhampton Fitzroy to have dropped back into 6th place. And possibly starting to get interesting at the head of this race as well. Thought we had a clear top 2, but not so much the case anymore. Jazz Ingle has fought through strongly in the 3rd 500 metres. And she may well be just ahead now of Imogen Walker of Toowong on that side of the course. And then back on the camera side, it continues to be Amelia Cooper of UTS Haberfield. And as these 3 lead scullers hit the 1500 metre mark, there will not be much between them at all. So the racing will be on in earnest here for these 2 qualifying spots. But Amelia Cooper of UTS Haberfield has indeed assumed the race lead over the 3rd 500 metres. And she leads it narrowly. Well, she leads it by, in fact, about 2 lengths from a very narrow battle for 2nd and 3rd between the 2 South East Queensland scullers, Jazz Ingle and Imogen Walker.
As Imogen Walker may have spent a few too many petrol tickets in the first 1,000, Richard, by the look of it.
Yeah, it does look that way. She certainly had a substantial lead after, it was 4.75 seconds after 500 metres, so a very strong start. But these are long races today. I won't get into debates about 94-metre, 100-metre tracks, but it is a long 2,000 metres when you're racing into the headwind, especially in a lightweight single sculling event.
Yes, exactly. Under 21 lightweight singles. We can expect this to be well into the high 8-minute mark, maybe 9.
So the 3 Queensland scullers really put it in an interesting race for what I think will in the end be 2nd place on the spectator side of the course. The sculler from UTS Haberfield over in lane 2, Amelia Cooper, coached by Katie Healy. So as Lizzie mentioned in the background a few minutes ago, she's a talented coastal rower as well. But
I wouldn't write off the Griffith Uni
qualifiers will probably come. So Amelia Cooper of UTS and Jazz Ingle of Griffith Uni. They come through into the final 100 or so metres of this race. Certainly Jazz Ingle now has a comfortable lead over Imogen Walker of Toowong and Emily Graham from the University of Queensland. So 2 qualifiers set, the order yet to be sorted out. And again, these last few strokes certainly taking their time for these lightweight women's scullers. Jazz Ingle on the finish tower side, Amelia Cooper on the western side of the course in front of the rather packed car park here down towards the finish line at Champion Lakes. And it may well be, Ray, I think you may have got it right here, but UTS still on the far side. There's still a couple of strokes to go. They are making this interesting, but UTS Haberfield, Amelia Cooper will just hold on.
Yeah.
She does. After 2,000 metres and over 9 minutes of racing, there was probably a canvas between them, but Amelia Cooper takes out the win for UTS Haberfield. 2nd goes to Jazz Ingle. 3rd, Imogen Walker from Toowong, who led early in the race. 4th goes to Emily Graham from the University of Queensland. And then in 5th and 6th positions, it will be Charlotte Ball from Melbourne Uni ahead of Phoebe Doolan from the Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club. And Ray, I'll leave it in your hands as we continue with the 2 heats of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull.
Thank you, Richard. Our guest will get into position and he can get a little closer to me. I know he probably doesn't want to, but he can. He's been very busy, been a busy man this morning, driving the courtesy bus over the far side of the course there, meeting with his constituents. So it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the commentary box for this interview the Chief Executive of Rowing Australia, Ian Robson. Robbo, welcome.
Razor, good to see you, thank you. Fantastic to be here in Perth. I think we got underway at 8:02 this morning, I think. We might have missed the mark by 2 minutes, but given where we were this time last year with the last-minute rush at Nagambie and all of those circumstances, to be here with some calmness and some order, some good weather, fantastic venue, First time back in WA since 2012, I think.
That's correct,
And
yeah.
with near record entries. In fact, I've got breaking news for you. The first medal ceremony's already been held.
Yeah, what's that for?
It's an unusual category. Furthest travelled to get to the regatta.
Yeah,
The judging panel of me has already determined the outcome.
yeah.
Bronze medal, Hobart, Tasmania. Number of people from Hobart.
Not that you're biased
Not
at
that
all.
I'm biased. I saw Johnny Dreesen here. I saw my old school friends. Hutchins are here. Farn. There's a number of schools here and clubs from Hobart. So they get the bronze.
Yeah.
Silver, Rockhampton.
Yes.
Solid performance by the here, and for a great week of racing, and to see the schoolboys, the schoolgirls, the clubbies here with the Olympic and Paralympic athletes all in the boat park as we look down the course. It's fantastic.
I'll just run through the starters in this next race, Ian, and then we'll continue. In Heat 2 of the under-21 women's single, Lane 2, Griffith Uni, Olivia Cook. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang. Lane 4, UTS Haberfield, Sarah Beretri. Lane 5, Sydney Liesl Page. Lane 6, Commercial Emma Searle. And Lane 7, Sydney University Phoebe Teal. Ian, there's one thing that adds to this event. All these people have come such a long way, but I was getting texts from Central Queensland. Young Chad Willett was out there racing this morning. I met his mum and dad in Varese last year at the World Junior and Under-23 Championships. So people can see it all over the world, and that's part of what Rowing Australia are doing. And
race Olympic Paris now seems very June and the qualification in September. So, yeah, it's an exciting time. Commonwealth Games, coastal rowing, maybe a decision from the ISC about coastal for LA in 2028 by the middle of the year. Yeah, a lot going on, Rain, a lot to be optimistic about and excited about for the future of our sport.
there's no doubt about that. And this event, for it to be in Perth,
James from Rowing WA have done working collaboratively with us to secure. You know, if you look back now, Ray, where we've been, you know, pre-COVID-19 at Cirque, 21 Barrington, 22 Ngambie, 23 here at Champion Lakes. We should be back at Cirque next year in 24, and who knows beyond.
So just as they come towards the line here, it's Phoebe Teal of Sydney University leading Olivia Cook of Griffith Uni and Surfers Paradise. Those two look destined to go through to the semi-final over a close race for second and third. Emily Lang of Loretto Marriotteville and Sarah of UTS Haberfield in third and fourth place, but certainly our winner will be Phoebe Teal, and Olivia Cook of Griffith Uni will be in second. In 2019, which was a great event. So we're looking forward to Sydney next year. Are kind to us, but next year, of course, is an Olympic year. So we go back to Sydney for the celebration that is the precursor to an Olympic.
The line.
So well done to Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young at Sydney University, crossed in first place. Olivia Cook, coached by Chris Holliday, and Duncan Free in second place. And those two scullers will advance directly to the semi-final.
Yeah, and well done to those athletes. It's as you say, an exciting time with what's ahead of us, because it's with a home Olympic Games, Ray, in 2032. Everything's changed for all of sport in Australia, and certainly for our sport, and changed for better, for good, for opportunities. So who in these schoolboy and schoolgirl races here this week could be rowing for Australia at a home Olympics in 2032 and chasing down that elusive first home Olympic rowing gold medal. So we've still got some Everests to climb in our sport.
Yep. I actually spoke at the Brisbane Boys College post luncheon after them winning the Head of the River, and there was so much excitement about winning the Head of the River, but I reminded the young men that there is another little event in 9 years, as you're alluding to, Ian, and there is more to rowing than just school rowing.
Well, it's hard to put in words in one sense. It's an opportunity for a generation.
Absolutely.
And we hats off to John Coates, who we know is a great friend of rowing, a great champion for Olympism in Australia, to secure that outcome. In so many ways, again, all about opportunities. As the next race gets underway, Ray, we might want to just quickly acknowledge all of the entries here.
Heat 3 of this in lane 2 is Sydney Laura Cypher, lane 3 Yarra Francesco Spano, in lane 4 Townsville Nisha Hammond, lane 5 Seymour College Amelia Linton, lane 6 Yarra Ruby Gray, and Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club, originally from central Queensland. Her mum and dad live in Dingo, or have a farm near Dingo, and she's 16.81 seconds in the lead through the 1500 metre mark.
Fantastic. And one thing I do want to acknowledge, Ray, again back to our WA venue here, in a bit of a community service announcement. I heard the breakfast DJs on the station I was listening to this morning crowing about the fact there's going to be no rain this week, which is code for we just need everyone to make sure they do slip, slop, slap this week and take care of themselves in the sun. There'll be some breeze as well, so we just need everyone to look after each other with sun cream and also to hydrate. I want to give a shout out to all of our boat manufacturers and friends in the boat park who've come to be here and be a part of the week. The boat park is so full, the facility is literally... Also, a shout out to our volunteers all over the... You want to take it easy on the way back to their cars, because it can be a little bit of a walk back to that car park, particularly at the weekend where we might spill over into the third area. That courtesy bus works really well for everyone, particularly for grandmas who've come from Townsville.
Or fat old line life members who've got a sore ankle.
Well, you drove, so kudos to you for driving. But again, it's just wonderful to see everybody here. It's been a busy week too for sport in WA. They had the paddle championships here last week.
They had the Golden Oldies rugby as well.
That's right. And this week the Surf Life Saving Carnival is on as well. So it's a fantastic time, festival of sport in the West.
And I saw on the news on Friday night the launch of this event, the official media launch. You had Rupert Guinness there. I've met Rupert again today. It looked like a terrific coverage of the event.
It was, and we should thank Georgia Patton and Annabelle McIntyre and Josh Hicks, who were there from an athlete point of view, as we let's acknowledge these athletes as they come over the line, right?
And Laura Cypher with a very, very convincing win. I am sure her mum and dad, George and Kim, will be here watching her, 9:03.64. So a good win to Laura Cypher in Heat 3 of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. And Big Sister's already been named in the Australian under-23 team to go to the World Under-23 Championships in the same event. Ruby Gray was second. She'll go through to the semi-finals, Ian.
No, again, it's fantastic to see this racing. But one thing we learned on Friday, or maybe we just got reminded of it, is just how competitive Rob Scott is, our president.
I saw the footage. Here he was on an ergo against the Deputy Premier and Minister for Tourism, was it?
Yeah, Minister of Tourism and Sport. And we thought we'd keep it friendly at 250 metres, but Rob had done a full session with his Masters crew that morning and got straight off the water, put his suit on, suited up, hammered it down for 250, and then went straight to a Brisbane 2032 board meeting. So, but fantastic for us to get that mainstream coverage. And I say again, thanks to Georgia and Annabelle, for Josh for being there from an athlete perspective to tell the story. And we look forward to seeing a multitude of spectators across the course of the week, culminating, of course, in the big races with the Kings and Queens Cups on Sunday afternoon.
Yep, and on the course is the under-21 lightweight men's single, lane 2 Sydney Nicholas Whalen, lane 3 Commercial Harry Dixon, lane 4 Caulfield Grammar Luca Druitt, lane 5 North-Est Oscar Birtwistle, lane 6 Hunter Valley Grammar Hayden Williamson, and lane 7 is Canberra Alex Tomanovitz. So that's a great rowing name, Tomanovitz, but it is the Sydney sculler Nicholas Whalen on the far side of the course, who's coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney, who's got the lead well and truly, as our rescue boat just meanders off the course there. They've been out checking on the well-being of someone, and they're just moving off very cautiously, not causing any wash. So well done to them in the rubber duck. But it is the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Nicholas Whalen who's going to win, and win convincingly, in Station 2. And probably in front of the North Esk sculler, I would suggest, in second place. So it is clearly M2 across the line first. Nicholas Whalen, Sydney Rowing Club. And then in second place, it is Oscar Birtwistle of North Esk, as I said. So, Robbo, the clubs have come from far and wide, and you've got great support from the other state associations here as well. I see a lot of employees of state associations here helping out.
Absolutely, and I think that collective and collaborative spirit is so crucial to how we deliver events of this scale. So, Dan Tackenberg and his crew, Sarah Black, have been fantastic working closely with Alice and Emily McCorris from our side in putting the plan together, whether it be the marketing and comms plan, but so much time spent on the operations plan, risk management assessment. It's a very sophisticated and crucial role where a lot of focus and attention to detail to ensure that operationally it just looks like it runs very, very smoothly. But so much work done in the background to respect an event like this. Yeah. Well, we can see
Fred Taylor.
We can see Fred Cassier on the opposite side putting up some signage to get set for the weekend there. So they're working hard, and they've been a big part of this production for a number of years now.
And BMA Event Productions, they were at a netball game on the Sunshine Coast last Sunday, and they got here on Thursday.
Yeah.
They packed up after the netball game with this truck out the side here and hammered their way all the way over here, and they were here on Thursday, ready to start work on Friday. Had everything ready to go by yesterday afternoon.
It's literally a team environment to pull all these various elements together all the way through, as you say, to whether it's the professionals from that media and what we're seeing on screen here in front of us, Ray, what the folks at home are seeing on the live stream, let alone operationally, the volunteers. It's a wonderful spirit that brings all this together and produces this platform ultimately for the athletes to perform and compete. And that's what these are about.
Yep, that's exactly what it's about. So, Ian, thank you very much for joining us. And
my pleasure, Ray.
We'll see you over the week. Are you going to do any more stints driving that courtesy bus or what?
Well, who knows? It's no job too big, no job too small, but it's I'm happy just to play a small part to help the team. And again, the volunteer effort is just so critical. It's literally the first impression everybody gets when they arrive is at the front gate with the volunteers, and we're thankful for everyone's support. We're thankful for what you do here, Ray, and the commentary team with Richard and Stuart and everyone, and Lizzie. So have a great week, and I'm sure I'll see you across the course of it. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, with thank you to our CEO, Ian Robson, and on the course now is race 66, commercial. Lane 2, Micah Talbot. Lane 3, Kyle Miller. Lane 4, Nicholas Langford. Lane 5, Hugo Worm. Lane 6, Banks Lucas Turner. And Lane 7, Zinc Bosco. So the UTS Haberfield Sculler Zinc Bosco will get across the line first. Lucas Turner will be in second place. First two to go directly through to the final. Hugo Worm will be in third place. Then fourth is Micah Talbot in station 2. Fifth then will be the Adelaide University Sculler. So I'm going to we'll take you through the next period of racing.
Thank you, Ray. Before Ian. We are now up to Heat 3, which is the final heat of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull, with the first 2 paddlers across the line to progress through to the semi-final. In lane 2, representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Joshua Lascock, and he is coached by Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts. In lane 3, from University of Queensland, Riley Williams, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 4, from Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard, coached by Ian Mongan. In lane 5, from UTS Haberfield, Nick Mather, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 6, from the University of Western Australia, Derek George, George John, coached by Alex Salenza and William Hines. And in lane 7, from Trinity College here in Perth, Alex Sauman, coached by Liam D.
And it does look to be Riley Williams from the University of Queensland out in front through the 1,000-metre mark. Coming through in second place, Nick Mathur from UTS. Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club, and Matthew Rickard from the Black Mountain Rowing Club. And then looks to be Trinity College's Alex Salmon coming, and the University of WA's Derek George John. So might be a long-lost relative that have got there somewhere.
I did wonder after our chatter earlier on about you finding somebody who is called. Ooh. How funny. What a great lead that Riley Williams has, though. 9 seconds at halfway, so that's, 3 lengths? That's pretty handy.
And just having a chat to a couple of people that have gone down the course now, they're saying particularly the first 500 is a little bit tricky.
Right.
So you really have to be
there,
on.
Isn't it?
Yeah, so you really have to have game face on, ready to go through that first 500, and accept the fact that it's going to be slower. So the person I was talking to was saying that it was about a 2:15 through the first 500, and the third 500 was 2:06.
Right. Significant difference.
Significantly, and definitely the opposite. It's definitely the opposite way around when I go rowing down a 2K course in a single
faster
scull.
At the start and slower at the end. Right.
Just the traditional way of doing it.
But I was just thinking, we have got this warm-up lake at the back. We've got people circulating on that, warming up, and then they come through an opening onto the course. And it reminds me of the first under-23 crew I took overseas. We raced in Genoa in Italy, and it's virtually open to the sea, the first 500. It's really rough, and then you go behind a seawall and it's okay. I agree with you. You just got to be ready. And I think on this course you have to be ready for anything as well, because that wind does shift during the course of the day. Anyway, Riley Williams in lane 3 is having a good paddle. He came through with a 9-second clear lead at the halfway mark. He's just gone through the 1,500 meet, so we're counting down now to see. Looks as though he still has a very handy lead indeed over the next place sculler, which is Nick Mather from UTS Haberfield in lane 5.
Yeah, 12 seconds between first and second there, and then we're back probably another 12 seconds or so to third place. So that looks to be Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain Rowing Club. That was Luke Letcher's old club.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Matt Rickard, they've had a few that have come through in recent times, and so I think Mike Brady had moved from Darramal and started up a new program with the Urana School in Canberra, and then a lot of those guys are coming up through the Black Mountain Rowing Club now.
Right, okie dokie. Joshua Lascock is sitting in 4th, so he's in lane 2, and represents Adelaide Rowing Club. His coach is Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts. And then it's back to Alex Salmon of WA, who's coached by Liam D there at Trinity College, and our final contestant across the line is Derek George John from University of WA, coached by Alex Salenza and William Hines.
Riley Williams from the University of Queensland, coached by Michael Russell, and I believe it's Michael's son, Mac Russell, that'll be out in the Paras a little bit later in the coming days.
Yes, he certainly will. I've seen him already. Yep.
Representing
sure
Queensland on Sunday as well.
Oh, is he? Good. In the para single. Yes.
Absolutely. But, yeah.
And he's been selected through to the cruise for the Virtus Global Games, and this year that's being held in Paris in France.
Well, that's terrible.
Certainly in France, so yeah, terrible trip.
Terrible place to go to, Paris. It's
And also representing in the Paris single at the weekend is Julia Story from Drummoyne, and she too is going to that Games.
But Riley Williams from the University of Queensland, it's a very comfortable win. You can just see some big, powerful strokes towards the end there. But he'll go through and take a very comfortable win in the under-21 men's lightweight singles. Coming through in second place will be Nick Mathua from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. So he's coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. So both those scullers going through to the semi-finals of the under-21 lightweight men's single sculls. Coming through in third place, and again just slowing down his rate of striking there, will be Matthew Ricard from the Black Mountain Rowing Club, coached by Ian Mongan. So a nice solid third place finish there for Matt. And then coming through in fourth place will be Trinity College's Alex Salmon. He'll finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club, and then Derek George John from University of WA, making up our field. That winning time 7 minutes 46.65, and ended up being 11 seconds between first and second. But I think, Lizzie, that might have been really Riley Williams just taking a lot easier just towards the end there.
Yes, I think so too. You're absolutely right. Not under any pressure whatsoever. Oh, that's a bit strange. We've got somebody going up the wrong way. What's happening?
So we're just looking at the...
Oh, coming through from the warm-up lake. So we should be onto our first heat now in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. And we have two heats in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull, and then we will be moving to the open aged category lightweight single scull, where we have 3 heats. In the under-23 category, where it is the first placed sculler through to the final, we have Erica Smith from Banks in Victoria in lane 2. She's coached by Eleanor Crute. Mackenzie Durbridge of Brisbane and GPS in Queensland in lane 3, coached by Peter Howard. Jemima Powell of Toowong Rowing Club of Queensland in lane 4, coached by James Doring and Leo Karadimitris. Lola Davies of Swan River in Perth, coached by Mark Beer in lane 5. Katie King of Huon Rowing Club in lane 6, coached by Paul Newbon, and Sophie Robinson of Tasmania University in lane 7.
As we just see our scullers going past the construction site, which is not something you say terribly often at a rowing regatta, but it does look to be Sophie Robertson from Tasmania University leading Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club by 6 seconds, then another 6 seconds back to Mackenzie Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS, Lola Davies from Swan River, Katie King from Huon Rowing Club, and then Erica Smith from Banks Rowing Club, making up our field. So 4 minutes through the first 1,000 metres, and Sophie Robertson from Tasmania University out in front at the moment. We've seen a number of really good female lightweight scullers from to come out of Tasmania in recent times. We've got Anika Reardon, who's in the Australian team at the moment, Georgia Nesbitt, who our thoughts are with as she recovers from that very nasty bicycle injury.
Oh, that was awful, yes.
Down in Tasmania. Eve Muir as well, and they're also 3-time Victoria Cup champions, the Tasmanians.
They are.
And looking to make it 4 in 4 different venues.
I bet they are. I bet they are. And it'd be very hard to beat them. Sophie Robinson, who's in lane 7 in this race, is from last year's under-23 Australian team, where she competed with Kate Oliver in the lightweight women's pair, but showing her prowess in sculling in this race.
As we just see the footage there, and again, the construction site in the background is making for a very interesting
backdrop. Yeah.
You don't normally see bulldozers at a rowing regatta. Not that that's mattering to Sophie Robertson from Tasmania University, who is still out in front and still looking very, very comfortable. Jemima Powell from the Toowong Rowing Club, as they're just coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. On the topic of the Victoria Cup, the women's lightweight quads, I think New South Wales will be a very strong crew this year.
Has it been named yet?
It has been named.
Took a while.
I'll just bring that one up, but I know that Sophie Gerapatridis is in that, and also her husband James Waldersea is in the Penrith Cup.
Oh, very good. Husband and wife. And of course they live in Canberra, so it's not like they're there at UTS all the time. Yeah.
So the New South Wales crew, Sophie Gerapatridis, Grace Cypher, Lucy Coleman, Georgia Mansero.
So a pretty strong crew.
That is a very strong crew.
It is. So, I hate to say this, but I've forgotten which year it is where we managed to medal in pretty much every event. And the goal for New South Wales is always to win the Rowing Australia Cup, which is the point score. But obviously, if you can win the event that you're racing in, so much the better. But that was the last time that I remember that we got a gold in that quad. So, that was back in the day of Sarah Pound. So
that was 2018.
Was it 18?
From memory, I think, because Tasmania's won at 2019, 21, 22.
Right. So it must be 18. Yes.
Because I know definitely between Sophie and Anika, who we'll see coming up in the open lightweight singles, there's
great rivalry.
Bit of rivalry.
That's excellent.
Going on there. But Sophie Robertson with nearly a 12-second lead ahead of Jemima Powell, then back to Mackenzie Durbridge, Lola Davies, Katie King and Erica Smith making up our field.
I was going to say, still on the subject of the Victoria Cup crews, which is the interstate crew for the lightweight women's quad scull, which Sophie Robinson, we believe, is in for Tasmania. They have a very young new person in there, Phoebe Teal, who was great at school and club rowing when she was in Tasmania. And, the reason I know about her, she's moved to Sydney University recently, but she takes her representation of Tasmania very seriously, as she should, and flew back for a couple of weeks recently to participate in trials. So delighted for her that she got selected into the crew, and loyalties will be divided on the day, I think.
Look, Phoebe Teal, Eve Muir, Anika Reardon, Sophie Robertson.
That's so very
Tasmania.
Strong.
So that I'm looking forward to that, provided I can get off the boat and back out as quickly as I can.
Mr. ACT, yep.
Only because Nick Niels is on a sabbatical. Sophie Robertson will take the win, though, for Tasmania University, so a strong start to finish win there for her. Over there in lane number 7, then coming through, it looks to be Swan River. Lola Davies has come through with a really big finish there to get ahead of Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club. So second place looks to be Lola Davies there. Third going to Jemima Powell from Toowong. Mackenzie Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS in fourth, ahead of Katie King from Huon in fifth, and then Erica Smith from Banks Rowing Club. Making up our field, a winning time there of 8 minutes 26.55.
Look at that margin, 14.85. That's pretty good. Our second heat is in progress in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull with Kate Oliver of Tasmania University in lane 2, Sophia Aguirre of UTS Haberfield in lane 3, Gemma Campbell of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4. In lane 5, Emma Radmanich of Banks Rowing Club. In lane 6, Isabel Watson of Sydney Rowing Club. So Sophia Aguirre here, she is again a fine coastal rower. She also is a member, I believe, of their Mexican squad. The Mexican rower who was coached by Anthony Patterson, who I'm sure will be watching her because he always does. So hello, Anthony. I would say something else, but I won't because we're public, we're on live air. Kate Oliver in lane 2. She was the pairs partner of Sophie Robinson at the Under-23 World Rowing Championships in Italy last year, where they represented Australia in the lightweight women's pair.
So just going back to that previous heat, just to finish up on our discussion on the Victoria Cup, Mackenzie Durbridge and Jemima Powell, that were third and fourth in that last heat, are also part of the Queensland's Victoria Cup crew. So we'll see quite a few of them coming up in the next few races. So it'll be always nice to get a bit of an idea as to how they're all travelling. But again, yes. Tasmania, New South Wales, that will be the...
That will be good.
That'll be the chef's kiss,
So we're seeing a Victorian here, but there's not too many in the lightweights, are there? So we've just got Emma Radmanich flying the flag for Victoria in this one. But don't forget, this is under 23, and we have open lightweight women's single sculls in a moment, where we will see more of those that.
So coming up towards the 1500 metre mark of heat number 2 of the women's under 23 lightweight single sculls. Again, only first place going through to the final. I think, Lizzie, we're going to have an interesting battle here. Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield, and it looks to be Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club, perhaps. Who's that Banks? Difficult to see with the contrast at the moment on the live stream, but certainly Sophia Aguirre in the lead. Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club 5 seconds behind, and then Gemma Campbell from Sydney University in third place. Kate Oliver sitting in fourth from Tasmania University, which leaves Emma Redmanich from Banks Rowing Club making up our field. So only the 5 scullers in this heat, and Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield sitting quite comfortably out in front.
Yeah, she's been pretty impressive in the regattas that we've had in New South Wales. Gemma Campbell is new to lightweight rowing. This is the first season that she's had a go at it, and it's her last year in under 23s. But great to see her being able to race lightweight. It's not straightforward, so you do need to come down fairly slowly in terms of weight. But if you manage it, then it can be really enjoyable. Great fun. Kate obviously very experienced at it. I don't know much about Isabel Watson, I must say. To do a bit of sleuthing about her. She's currently sitting in second place.
I guess that's the key thing with the lightweight rowing. It's either you sit nicely at that weight, or you have the ability to be able to go to drop below the weight limits, but do it in a safe manner. The last thing you want to be doing is to completely cooking yourself. But I guess the flip side of that is that the racing can be quite competitive, because you do have everyone sitting basically with the same equipment, so to speak. Everyone's starting with the same kind of weight ranges. But out in front, though, Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield. She's coached by Katie Healy and has been leading from start to finish. Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in second place at the moment. She's got about a boat length ahead of Gemma Campbell from Sydney University and Kate Oliver from Tasmania University, with the Banks sculler Emma Radmanich a little bit further behind. So it will be a win there for Sophia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield. Second place goes to Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club, with third going through to Gemma Campbell from Sydney University, fourth to Kate Oliver from Tasmania University, and fifth across the line will be Emma Redmanich from Banks Rowing Club. Winning time there of 8 minutes 35.16, so that one about 9 seconds slower than the first heat that we had coming down the course, where Sophie Robertson from Tasmania University was absolutely dominant from start to finish.
Well, on the course now, we have the first heat of the open lightweight women's single scull. And in lane 2, Georgia Mansaro from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who's coached these days by Tom Lorridge. In lane 3 from Banks, Antonietta Di Cosmo, who's coached by Eleanor Crute. In lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, Annalise Isaacs, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 5 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 6 from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, Annika Reardon. And in lane 7 from Victoria and representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Demetria Kyriakopoulos, who is known as Demi, and she's coached by Annabelle Eaton. So what we've got here is Antonietta Di Cosmo, who did the double scull with Annalise Isaacs at both the New South Wales State Championships and the Victorian State Championships. We have Annika Reardon in lane 6, who is from Tasmania.
She's from Tasmania originally. I think rowed at a couple of different clubs down in Tassie before making the move up to follow her younger sister Lily, who started studying at ANU and then decided she'd make the journey onto the mainland. And then from the ANU High Performance Program under Nigel Harding, made it up to the Women's NTC and Australian selection.
She did indeed, and in those selection processes has been battling it out with Georgia Mansaro from NSWIS. Georgia, who was a under-23 medalist at the world level with Georgia Nesbitt, who is the lightweight who had the horrible crash in cycling a couple of weeks ago in Tasmania. Georgia, who then took a couple of years to go and do very high level cycling and was really good at that, but loves rowing and has made a comeback and is doing incredibly well under the coaching of Tom Lorridge and the leadership of Don McLaughlin and Alfie Young there at Sydney University Boat Club. She's going really well across there in the far side.
Yeah, out in the lead through the 1500 metre marker, Nika Reardon from ANU sitting in second place at the moment, and then back a little bit further, Maggie Foley from Corio Bay Rowing Club. Maggie was competed at Women's Henley last year and also competed in a quad along with Sophie Jerapatritis, Eve Muir and Alex Moylan, who we'll see in the heats coming up a little bit later on. The Henley Royal Regatta, where they made it through the first round and then got beaten by the US Women's Heavyweight Open Quad. So a good run there for Maggie Foley in those events. But Georgia Mansero out in front from Sydney University, leading Anika Reardon from the Australian National University. You can see Anika just starting to lower it down a bit. She's ahead of, well ahead of Maggie Foley. You can see Maggie Foley with a very distinctive hairstyle, always sticking up a little bit at the back. But a good win for Georgia Mansero from Sydney University. She'll come through in first place. Anika Reardon will come through in second for the Australian National University. They'll go through to the semi-final. Maggie Foley from Corio Bay Rowing Club will finish in third place, just behind Anika. Coming through in fourth will be Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University. In fifth place will be the bank sculler Antionetta de Cosmo, and then Demetria Kirikopoulos from Mercantile making up our field. A winning time in heat number 1 of 8 minutes 18.98 with a 7-second margin between first and second, 6 between second and third, and then 8 between third and fourth. So pretty evenly spread heat, that one, Lizzie.
It certainly was. And some good sculling there. And these conditions still up and down. That wind does look like it's turning, so it's really difficult when there aren't flags, isn't it? We've got so used to them at Zurich, I must say. I'm just looking at the banners here, but they're not really of much help. So our second heat is now underway, and we've got Eve Muir of Huon Rowing Club in the TIS in lane 2. We have Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane 3. We have Alyssa Mansell of ANA Rowing Club in WA in lane 4. Sophie Jerapatritis of ANU in lane 5. Ella Marshall from Mersey Rowing Club in Tasmania in lane 6. And in lane 7, Nadia Gardner of ANA Rowing Club.
And we're talking earlier about that quad at the Henley Royal Regatta. At Women's Henley in the lightweight double, it was Sophie Jerapatritis and Eve Muir who won that event last year. So it was a good win in that one for Eve Muir, Sophie Jerapatritis. Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, probably the favourite in this race. Very strong sculler from Brockhampton.
Yeah, very strong indeed, and we saw her sister Laura Cypher earlier on today, also a very talented athlete, both of them on in the high performance pathway there in New South Wales, and coached by Lachlan Carter at Sydney Rowing Club. Grace has just been selected, I believe, for the second year in a row as the lightweight under-23 single sculler for Australia, so she'll be off to the under-23 World Rowing Championships with her coach Lachlan Carter. We've just looking at this thinking, where are they? And we've just been advised that there's probably been a false start because they've had to turn around and they're making their way back up the course. So we can see on the big screen or on your screen if you're listening to the live stream. You can see them there just turning around, and they're now going to back themselves down onto the start.
You can see there just from that footage, that little bit of wind blowing it, just blowing the water across there, making it a little bit harder for that first 500 metres or so. So it certainly makes for an interesting game plan, Lizzie. What do you do in that scenario? Just get through the first 500, then push through? I'm just taking notes for a friend.
Well, I think that's always the way. You always go off as if you're going to win. and then reassess once you get to a certain marker, don't you? So what's of critical importance in sort of gusty or unstable conditions is to get off straight, though, because if your boat goes wonky, it is just such a waste of time to try and straighten it up. So for some people that means going off aggressively, and for many people it means going off with caution and with some reservation, just to make sure that your blades are of even depth, because all you need is one blade in a single scull to go a bit deeper than the other, and before you know it, you're really rocking around and going off course. So easy. I feel embarrassed for these people, because there are some people who just can't get attached, always. And there are others who just make it look so graceful and easy.
I know, I'm one of those ones who cannot get it. Which, in all fairness, I'll say, because we don't have people holding boats down in the ACT.
Yep.
So it's just line up and hope you're ready to go.
Yeah.
I think the first time I'd ever lined up at a pontoon would have been the Interstate Masters Para Single in Adelaide in 2021.
Right, yeah.
And that was the first time I'd ever actually backed it in to get held. So, which is very off-putting, because it's a big race. It was the first time they'd ever had the Para Interstate at the Masters Championships.
Right.
Jed Olschwager's in the race, so I led him for a second because I was a B and he was an A. It's the only way I'll be leading Jed ever in any regatta.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all of the event volunteers who've generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarkets volunteer team. Volunteers, your dedication and commitment have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. And a special thank you to Coles Supermarkets, who've supported all our volunteers throughout the whole event. So, participants, coaches, parents, when you're around the regatta this week, please be sure to thank our great volunteers and our volunteer boat race officials for all the support that they're giving you and us this week. So a little break in racing, really, while our single scullers get themselves sorted after that false start. And just a reminder that this afternoon, in between the boat bays, Bannister Downs Dairy has got a stand or a cart there, and they're handing out free cartons of milk to rowers. So rowers, if you'd like to go and grab a carton of milk, thanks to Bannister Downs Dairy, that's where you'll find them, in between the boat bays. So come to the end of the white tents and have a look in between the buildings, and you should be able to find them there. And a reminder also that on Wednesday, after rowing at about 5:30, we've got a delicious pasta dinner being laid on and you can learn about nutrition from Australia's top performance staff and athletes whilst you do a bit of carbo loading. It's not just for athletes. Coaches and parents are welcome to attend too. Somewhere there's a sign-up sheet. It's completely free to attend. 5:30 on Wednesday the 29th. It's called Carbo Learn and Load.
That's the way to...
So just a reminder of the lineup for this race that's had to restart. It is Heat 2 of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. That's race number 71 on our programme. The first two will progress through to the semi-final, and the rest of the scullers will have to go to the repechage. Eve Muir is in lane 2. She's from Huon. Grace Cypher is in lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club. Alyssa Mansell in lane 4 from ANA. Sophie Gerapetritis from ANU is in lane 5. Ella Marshall is in lane 6. She's from Mersey. And lane 7 is Nadia Gardner from ANA, coached by Graham Scattergood.
Just seeing the rowers on the start line. So an interesting look actually here, Lizzie, from behind the start line, which you don't often get.
You don't. I really like it though. It's great to actually see all the way down the course. It makes you realise how far it is, doesn't it?
Well, I think driving along the side of it when you come up towards the car park is a good indicator of how far it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sort of, oh, when will this stop and why am I deciding to row down it later on?
Yes, yes. Unlike Barrington, where you go down and down and down and then see that glorious lake and can't wait to get out on it. Well, we have a safe start by the looks of things in this one. And it looks very much as though lane... trying to figure out which side it is. So lane 2, I think it was, Grace Cypher got off to a really commanding start, but she's being matched by, well, I presume it must be Sophie Gerapetritis. Yeah, it is. That's right, who's in lane 5.
And then Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club also with a good start there as well. So pretty much the three that you would expect to do well in this particular race, this particular heat. Then ahead of Ella Marshall from Mersey, ANA's Alyssa Mansell and Nadia Gardner also from ANA. So race in 2 through the early stages, but plenty to go there. And you can see the housing developments off towards the start line before you get up towards the new build areas. So a bit of dust coming up from there, and then back along. And the boat park looks an absolute treat. So when they get the footage as the rowers come up past the 1500 metre mark, and you can see all the tents and you can hear the coaches when you go outside, you can hear the coaches, you can hear the athletes all cheering on their crews and their scullers as they're coming down. And then just the sheer number of boats that are here on the island at the moment, all the different colours that they've got, predominantly white, a few yellow ones thrown in there as well, and then the occasional blue. And I think we've got a few green ones in there as well. So some interesting, some lovely sights here at Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. Out in front, though, at the moment, does look to be Sophie Gerapetritis from ANU, along with Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, our two leaders at the moment. And I think Grace might just be getting her nose in front as they come up towards the 1500 metre mark. Yeah. So it's about half a boat length between first and second, with another half a boat length back to Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club sitting in third. So half a second between first and second, and then just over a second back to Eve Muir in third. 7 seconds back to Ella Marshall from Mersey Rowing Club, and then Nadia Gardner from ANA, and then Alyssa Mansell from ANA making up our fields there.
Interesting looking at the course. So the wind right a bit patchy down the course, and I know we keep saying it's known to have a bit of a breeze, and that breeze does shift around, so it's a good challenge for all of our athletes that they know what to do whenever they hit a change in wind conditions and not panic.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, don't panic.
Good advice.
So our leaders at the moment, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck, and then Sophie Gerapetritis from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding, sitting in second place. Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club in third place, and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. It's worthwhile mentioning Sophie Gerapatridis, originally from UTS Haberfields, moved down to Canberra for work and then found a place at the ANU Boat Club. So that's why she's rowing out of ANU, but also representing New South Wales at the Victoria Cup in the Interstate Regatta coming up in at the end of the week on the Sunday afternoon.
Indeed. It will be very exciting that Sunday afternoon. Very exciting. A great race here between these two scullers. Very close.
Yeah, Grace Cypher looking like she's just out in front at the moment, maybe about a boat length between the two now. Sophie Gerapatridis sitting in second place. So Grace Cypher, Sophie Gerapatridis, and then I think Eve Muir and Sophie Gerapatridis. That could be an interesting one because we've just seen Eve Muir really up that race as she went through the 1,000-metre mark, and that margin has gone down from just over a second to less than half a second between Sophie Gerapatridis and Eve Muir. Then in the battle for fourth and fifth place, we've got Ella Marshall and Nadia Gardner from ANA and Mersey. So Ella Marshall just out in front at the moment, ahead of Nadia Gardner from ANA, and then Alyssa Mansell from ANA making up our field. So both Alyssa Mansell and Nadia Gardner, coached by Graham Scattergood, and then Ella Marshall, coached by David and Merv Tippett. And one of the stats mentioned a little bit earlier, Lizzie, that I quite like is that there were 40 WA entries championships, and there's about 400 this year. That's what I've been quoted by one of the RO staff anyway, so I'm hoping it's accurate. But certainly a lot of people, and why wouldn't you? You've got the opportunity to race a national championships in your backyard instead of travelling further than the...
Yeah, such a celebration of rowing. I think our national championships, the fact that we get to have the first couple of days looking at our top athletes in their small boats, and then they progress through to bigger boats, so does everybody else, and the pace picks up as the week progresses. Not that there isn't anything but certainly we've got Sophie Gerapatridis here challenging Grace Cypher.
So just as they're coming up towards the 1,500-metre mark, it is still Grace Cypher out in the lead from Sydney Rowing Club. And then Sophie Gerapatridis and Eve between them at the 1,000 metres, and there's basically nothing between the two of them. Again, less than a second between Sophie and Eve in second and third. For both Sophie Gerapatridis and Eve Muir for that second qualification position.
Oh yes, and they will want that, I'm sure. I'm sure they're doing other competitions later on.
So coming into the final 200 metres, it is the second semi-final position in the open lightweight women's singles sculls, and you suspect that Eve may just have a bow ball out in front of Sophie. The remainder of our scullers, so third through sixth. For Sydney Rowing Club. Both these scullers really start to up their rate into the final stretch, and I think it's a photo. I think Sophie maybe by a bow ball, but I don't want to put money on that. So Grace Cypher definitely through a big finish from both Sophie Jarrett Club. Final little finish right at the end there from the two crewmates who I believe are also in the lightweight double scull coming up in a few days' time. Coming through in third, so that was ANU and Hewen for second and third. We'll wait for final confirmation on that one. Then coming through in fourth place will be the Mersey sculler Ella Marshall, and then she'll finish ahead of Nadia Gardner from ANA with Alyssa Mansell from ANA coming through in sixth position. So once we've got that final confirmation, we will get that to you as to who's qualified for the semi-final of heat number 2 of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Sculls.
One of the closest races we've had so far today. So Heat 3 is now in progress in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull with Alexandra Moylan from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme in Lane 2, coached by Nigel Harding. Wing Wang Lung from Team Hong Kong in Lane 3. Lucy Coleman from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in Lane 4. In 5, Lara Glendinning from the University of Western Australia and Izzy Emery from the University of Western Australia in Lane 6.
So Lucy Coleman named in the Australian team, I believe, along with Anika Reardon in the women's lightweight double sculls. So that was after the trials. And then Wing Wan Leung from Team Hong Kong has competed in a couple of World Championships in the lightweight women's single sculls, but also won gold at the World Rowing Coastal Titles in 2019 in the women's Cox Fours. Cox Quad.
That's right, yes, they hosted them, didn't they? They hosted the Coastal Rowing Championships. Quite a few people went over from Australia to learn more. In the hope that we'll soon be able to host one over here. Our inaugural national championships, of course, was in Noosa in August. So we're on the way.
It's always a terrible place to go, Noosa in August, isn't it?
Terrible. First time I'd ever been there, actually.
Oh.
Wasn't bad.
It's
you
all
could
right.
force me to go again, I guess.
It's all right, I guess.
So Lucy Coleman, our representative from New South Wales in the Victoria Cup, as you mentioned. Lucy, who went to school, she lived in New South Wales, went to school in Queensland, then went to university in the USA. She's come back and I believe she's doing postgrad at Sydney University, but also has been selected into the Women's National Training Centre, and that's where she's been the last season and a bit, and progressing really strongly here in this third heat of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull.
And then we've just got Alex Moylan from ANU sitting in second place at the moment, so looking good to qualify for the semi-final. Alex is part of the ACT Queen's Cup 8, the first one we've had in 10 years.
That's fantastic.
So I know that the team has been really excited about it, you know, and they're just really keen to get it out there, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing them row. It will be a win for Lucy Coleman in the third heats of the Open Women's Lightweight Single Sculls. Second place goes to Alex Moylan from the ANU, so second for Alex there. Third looks to be, as they come up towards the finish line now, it'll be Wing Wang Leung from Team Hong Kong coming through for third place, and they'll finish ahead of Lara Glendinning from the University of Western Australia and Izzy Emery also from the University of Western Australia. So just confirmation of the final result in heat number 2. So Grace Cypher won that heat. Now, between Sophie Jarrett-Petrides and Eve Muir, Sophie Jarrett-Petrides qualified second place, 0.03 of a second ahead of Eve Muir. So on the line.
Ooh.
So that's the
close.
official result there of the second heat of the women open, the open lightweight women's single sculls. So,
And that was in a time of about 8:15, wasn't it? So this heat was 8:23 and the first heat was 8:18. So quite variable, really, the speeds that people are doing, and obviously being hard pressed at this early stage also accounts for such a fast time.
we're underway in heat number 1 of the open lightweight men's single sculls, first and second through to the A final, with the rest going through to the repechage. In lane 2 from ANU in the ACT High Performance Program, Hamish Harding, coached by Dave Romano and Tom Krieber. Lane 3 from Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Michael Hart, coached by Catherine and Alan Borgia. In lane 4 from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Sean Murphy, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane 5 from Mersey Rowing Club, Gregory Marshall. And lane 6 from the University of Queensland Rowing Club, Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell. And Hamish Harding out in front 20 seconds through the 1500 metre mark over Sean Murphy, who was no slouch in a single.
No, and they've both just been selected onto the Australian team, but that's an astonishing difference. So makes me wonder whether something happened. And we've certainly got Mac Russell, who we were talking about earlier in this race. So he qualifies for para rowing under the category of PR3 ID, intellectual impairment, and he's coached by his dad, Michael Russell. He's just loves rowing, doesn't he? Totally obsessed with it. And I had the great fortune to cox him in a 4 at the New South Wales State Championships recently, and it was really good to actually be in the boat working with him. Very particular, which is what I would expect, and fanatical at training and pushes himself really hard. So always a competitive lightweight sculler as well. Great to see him in this race with Gregory Marshall to the side of him. Sean Murphy in the middle of the course. Hamish Harding just crossing, making it look quite easy really, crossing with an outstanding lead in this first heat of the men's lightweight single.
Yeah, Hamish Harding was the men's single scull winner at the ACT Championships a couple of weeks ago, so won the Bruce Hick Trophy, which is a new addition to the trophy collection in the ACT. Sean Murphy from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport will come through in second place. So both those scullers going through to the A final of the open lightweight men's single sculls. Coming through in third place will be Michael Hart from Pine Rivers Rowing Club. He'll finish ahead of Mac Russell from the University of Queensland, and then Gregory Marshall from Mersey making up our fields.
So that's Hamish Harding and Sean Murphy, both of them part of our Australian senior team. They will progress through to the A final, and the remainder will go to a repechage tomorrow afternoon to try and also gain a place in the final. Our second heat of the men's open lightweight single scull is now in progress, and again the first 2 will progress through to the A final. We've got Tasmanian University sculler Sam Casey in lane 2, UTS Haberfield sculler Matisse Ferrier in lane 3. In lane 4, Blaine Heseltine from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, and in lane 5, Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. In lane 5, Oscar is coached by Nick Mitchell, head coach there at Sassy. Blaine Heseltine, who I have seen coaching so often it's not funny. Here he is in the boat, still being coached by Ben Southwell and Gus Rodero of the QAS program. Matisse Ferrier is in the French under-23 contenders, I guess you would say, for the under-23 team. He's coached at UTS by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. And then Sam Casey, as we said, in lane 2 is from Tasmania University. So Oscar McGuinness at the 1500 metre mark, 500 metres left to run. He's got a lead of 11 seconds over Blaine Heseltine, who in turn has almost 15 seconds over Matisse Ferrier. So that's just our field of 4. The first 2 will progress through to the A final. Just
arrayed nicely across the field there. Oscar McGuinness in lane 5, then Blaine Heseltine in lane 4, then Matisse Ferrier. Seeing them come down the course now, so very nicely spread out in a nice straight line down the course. But Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club has been picked along with Sean Murphy in the lightweight men's double sculls for the 2023 Australian rowing team, with Blaine Heseltine, the lightweight men's sculling reserve from the University of Queensland Boat Club. So unsurprising that those two are our leaders in the closing stages of heat number 2 of the Open Lightweight Men's Singles Sculls event, as we just see Oscar McGuinness now coming up towards the finish. He's coached by Nicholas Mitchell, as we just see him with in the bright yellow scull, just coming up towards the finish and doing it quite easily too. So a good win there for Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide Rowing Club, and we'll just wait on confirmation of the time there. So 7:28.23, so actually 5 seconds faster than the winning time in the last heat from Hamish Harding. So again, it'll be an interesting final coming up. Coming through in second place will be Blaine Heseltine from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport. So he'll go through to the final as well. And then coming up in third place will be Matisse Ferrier from UTS Haberfield and Sam Casey from Tasmania University.
Now, when we were talking about Oscar, we forgot to tell a bit of AFL trivia, because you mentioned
Ella Smith
earlier on, but of course Oscar is the son of former Crows captain Tony McGuinness. So another bit of AFL trivia. Amazing the crossovers, aren't they? I know there have been a few, especially the heavyweight women, who've crossed over and done AFL trials like her. So, yeah.
Well, I think the stereotypical body type for rowers and for AFL players would be similar. Very, very similar.
Yeah.
You know, big wingspans, very tall individuals. So yeah, it's
why not?
Look.
Right, now we are going to move different age categories. We're going to go back to under 17s, which is what we started with at the beginning of the day. We've got under 17 women's double sculls now. They are racing over 2,000 metres, and in these heats, the first crew across the line will go through to the semi-final, and the rest will go to the repechage. So in lane 1 we've got Brisbane and GPS, and in that crew Eva Hoskin and Astrid Thomas. In lane 2 we have Radford College, Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter. In lane 3 we have Trinity Lutheran from Queensland, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. In lane 4 a Newcastle Grammar and Unley High composite of Georgie Twelfthtree from Unley High and Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. And both of those under 17s are coached by Felix Dürr.
So Kinross Walleroy with the lead through the early stages, ahead of through the 1,000 metres, ahead of Brisbane and GPS. Then back to Sydney Rowing Club, Trinity Lutheran, Sydney Rowing Club, Newcastle Grammar, Unley, and then Radford College making up our field, as we just see the Radford's double just going past there now. But Kinross Walleroy in recent years have been an absolute powerhouse of Australian rowing. We've really seen them do well at New South Wales Championship level, at Australian Championship level. The team from Orange, a few years ago, they were in a little bit of bother because of the droughts through central New South Wales, where the dam levels were going down quite low, I understand. So it did make training a little bit difficult. But thankfully, now that we've had a bit of rain, and then a bit more that we probably didn't want quite so much, they have, you know, but throughout that all, through the rain, through the drought, Kinross winning has been one of the standard lines that us commentators have been coming out with.
Yeah, 100%, and particularly towards the back end of the race, they seem to negative split, just go faster and faster as they head through the race, and they have quite distinctive blue boats, so it's easy enough to see them, isn't it? And we can see, here we go again, that very strong in the second half of the race, and whilst they were neck and neck with Sydney Rowing Club earlier, they've now started to pull away, and it looks as though it's Brisbane and GPS in lane 1 that they're having the race with, Eva Hoskin and Astrid Thomas, or is that just the angle?
It's a really difficult angle, isn't it, to be able to try and call it. So we can see there Kinross Wallaroi out in front, Brisbane and GPS in lane 1, and then Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. But Brisbane and GPS have moved up into second, and they're probably only about a boat length back. And maybe we're just seeing that Kinross crew just start to slow down a little bit. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers in 3rd place. Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett in 4th place, just ahead of Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. And then Newcastle Grammar, Unleys, Georgie Twelftree and Annabelle McKenzie in 6th place, ahead of... we've then got back to the Radford College crew, Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter sitting in 7th. So first going through to the semi-final, the rest going through to the repechage. And I just wonder, Lizzie, whether or not Brisbane and GPS might just be able to sneak a cheeky little win over Kinross, or whether or not Kinross have seen the danger out to their right and just started to put the foot down again.
So one of the things I would say is it's under 17, so they're not hugely experienced at racing in doubles on multi-lane races. So it would be quite easy. I've seen it done at top international level where crews haven't noticed a crew on the side just slip up. So it's quite possible that Kinross Wallaroi haven't actually noticed that crew in lane 1 because they're very focused on the people that are normally their arch rivals, Sydney Rowing Club. Kinross Wallaroi certainly going very well indeed. This crew of Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, but Brisbane and GPS on the far side, Eva Hoskin and Astrid Thomas. I can hear someone cheering, whether that's Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakila, their coaches, who knows, but they certainly look as though they have a chance of progressing through to the semi-final and not having to do the repechage. Only one crew through to the next round. Can Kinross Wallaroi up their rate, up their power and hold off the fast finishing Brisbane and GPS? I'm not sure they can. I actually think Brisbane and GPS have gone through them now.
Brisbane and GPS about a boat length ahead of Kinross Wallaroi. It's been a fantastic back 1,000, and it will be Brisbane and GPS to go through to the semi-final of the under-17 women's double scull. Kinross Wallaroi finishing in 2nd place. It was only a second between them, so Kinross going from start to finish looking very good, but Brisbane and GPS with the strong finish. 3rd place will go to the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers, finishing ahead of Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett, also from Sydney Rowing Club. And then back then to Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford in 5th place. The Newcastle Grammar, Unley High composite of Georgie Twelftree and Annabelle McKenzie in 6th, and then Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter from Radford College to make up our field. And I just wonder, Lizzie, whether or not, you know, you had a crew from Queensland up against a crew from New South Wales in blue, whether or not they just went, well, we can't have this.
No, we can't have this at all. And then coming across the line now to complete our field is Bonnie Hardy and Audrey Potter in the Radford College crew. The winning time for the Brisbane and GPS double, 8:03.7 provisionally, and the margin was 1.1. So the second heat is in progress. Under 17 women's double from Swan River Rowing Club is Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffiths, coached by Lachlan van der Ven. In lane 3, next to them, Radford College, Coco Gunter and Amelie Brennan, coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Hannah Griffiths and Stella Robertson, coached by Alan Carey. In lane 7 from Bundaberg in Queensland, Brianna Dale and Jada Critchlow, coached by Rod Dick. In lane 6, a composite of Izzy Bolton from Swan River with Matilda Cocker from Buckingham, coached by David Morich and Lachlan van der Ven. And in lane 7 from Trinity Lutheran in Queensland, Alina Doherty and Molly Lomax, coached by Eric Rowan. Yeah, that wind has lifted again. And so Alina Doherty Doherty and Molly Lomax just battling the conditions there. They just have a slight lead over Izzy Bolton and Matilda Cocker in lane 6, that Buckingham Composite, and they in turn have a lead over Brianna Dale and Jada Critchlow of Bundaberg. But way out the front is the Canberra Grammar crew of Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson. So Alan Carey will be very happy indeed with this performance. They really have a long lead. They've just come to the 1500 metre mark. Radford College on one side of them, their colleagues from ACT, Coco Gunter and Amelie Brennan, managing to level peg it, I think, really with probably the Buckingham Composite. But it certainly looks as though Trinity Lutheran are sitting in second place. And then dropping back a little now, Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffith of Swan River, who are in lane 2.
So the Canberra Grammar crew of Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson are a long way out in front at the moment. So it's still Trinity Lutheran, Alona Doherty and Molly Lomax. Just going through the minor placings, Buckingham and Swan River Composite in 4th, Bundaberg in 5th and Swan River in 6th place as they went through the 1500 metre mark. But out in front it is Canberra Grammar.
They're not rating particularly high, but they do look like they're pushing a lot of effort into the leg drive there and got a nice rhythm going, good timing. Look, very neat looking little double, and that's an astoundingly long lead in under 17s.
It's a very long lead, but I guess when you've got these weather conditions, we're talking about getting the tactics right, Lizzie.
Yes.
I wonder how much of that is, okay, let's not try and rate all that highly, but let's make sure that every stroke is a good stroke, and every stroke you've got that power going through the legs.
Yeah, I like what you say. I think you're probably right there. Especially if you haven't done an awful lot of rowing in a double scull, which at under 17 level you might not have done. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Canberra Grammar, Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson, coached by Alan Carey. They're representing Canberra Grammar School. They have a terrific lead over the next placed crew, which is the Trinity Lutheran double in the green boat of Alina Doherty and Molly Lomax. They're in lane 7. And then across to the Radford College crew of Coco Gunter and Amelie Brennan.
But it will be a win here for Canberra Grammar as they come up towards the line. Just great timing, great pressure. Hannah Griffiths and Estella Robertson, coached by Alan Carey, coming through in second place. So we can see plenty of clear water between first and second. So a really big marker laid down there by the Canberra Grammar double. Coming through in second place will be Trinity Lutheran. So that's Alina Doherty and Molly Lomax. They're coached by Eric Rowan. So they'll come through in second place and go through to the repechage. In third place from Radford College, Coco Gunther and Emily Brennan, coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christophides and Gordon Marks. Gordon Marks, the former Australian para-rowing coach, now moved across the lake to Radford College. Then coming through in fourth place, it does look to be the Bundaberg crew of Brianna Dale and Jada Critchlow, finishing just under a boat length ahead of the Buckingham Swan River Composite of Izzy Bolton and Matilda Cocker, and then Swan River's Belle Burnett and Elsie Griffith, as we just see. Well, some interesting steering just towards the end there from one of the crews, but they're all across the line. They've made it through there. But a strong win there for Canberra Grammar.
A strong wind, and I think you're probably right. That neatness has paid off for them, and that attention to detail. Right, heat 3. I wonder what will happen in this one. There's 2 more heats to go, and this is heat 3. Again, the first crew across the line will progress directly through to the semi-final. In lane 2, that's interesting. So Commercial seem to have moved from original lane 7 across to lane 1, according to our screen. Fremantle in lane 2, another Commercial crew in lane 3. Sorry, let me go again. Fremantle are in lane 2. Commercial, which is the crew of Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker, are in lane 3. Gippsland Grammar in lane 4. Radford College in lane 5. Unley High in lane 6. And a second Commercial crew of Popper Yarski and Rose Ricks are in lane 7. And we have one of those Commercial crews in the lead at the 1,000 metre mark, Fremantle placing in second, and the second Commercial crew currently in third. Radford in fourth, Gippsland Grammar in fifth, and Unley High in sixth.
We've just seeing
So it's
them.
the commercial crew in lane 3, I believe,
Yes.
that's in the lead.
Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker. Sienna?
Indeed. Yeah, I would have thought Sienna. Yep. And then Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy are Fremantle Scullers, and they're coached by Keely Atchison. Then Gippsland Grammar on the other side of them, April Harrison and Tilly Fox. The Radford crew is Amber Smith and Jessie Pulfreman, coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks. The Unley High crew is Scarlett Shanks and Emma Luscombe, coached by Annalise Size. And then our second commercial crew is Poppy Yarsky and Rose Ricks, coached by David Van Das, Gary Townsend and Ross Batho. So the commercial crew of Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker currently in the lead. Fremantle still sitting in second place, Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy. And then our second commercial crew still in third, but by about 10 seconds. So only the first crew will go through to the semi-final.
So first crew at the moment, Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker. Their coach, David Vandas, Ross Batho and Gary Townsend. So again, we've got that lovely little spread of crews from around the country. We've got WA, Queensland, Victoria, ACT and South Australia. So no New South Wales crews and no Tasmania crews in heat number 3 of the women's under-17 double sculls. So this particular one, we've got one more heat to go in the in this event, so the under-17 women's double sculls, before we move on to the men's under-17 double sculls.
So they're progressing now into the last 200 metres, and it's still Commercial who lead, the crew of Meredith and Becker. Sitting in second place still Fremantle. It's quite a lot of ground to make up, but they look as though they're on the attack now, just to see if they can actually row through. And we shouldn't in any way dismiss the possibility that they might row through, although I have to say that Commercial crew, now it's responded, even though it's being rowed down, they should be able to hang on, shouldn't they? Oh, I don't know, actually. Fremantle, that's a great push.
So we've got half a boat length with about 50 metres to go. It's still Commercial just out in front. They have started to up their rate. It's down to about a quarter of a boat length, and I think Commercial will just manage to get through. It will be Commercial getting through. Fremantle gave them a red-hot go towards the end there. Only a quarter of a boat length in the end, but Commercial just able to hold on. Lila Meredith and Sienna Becker holding off Juliet Kelly and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle Rowing Club. Coming through in third place will be the second Commercial crew, Poppy Yarsky and Rose Ricks, and then they'll finish ahead of the Radford crew, Amber Smith and Jessie Palfreman, in fourth place, and then Gippsland Grammar's April Harrison and Tilly Fox in fifth, and then Scarlett Shanks and Emma Luscombe in sixth from Unley High in South Australia. A winning time of 8 minutes 12.17, so it was about 10 seconds slower in that heat than the first heat.
Yeah, times are really variable, aren't they? But there we go, it's the heat, so that's really not surprising, I guess. We have the fourth heat of the under-17 women's double scull now. Fremantle's in lane 2, that's Bridget Gralton and Hannah Blaney, coached by Keely Atchison. In lane 3, Brisbane and GPS, this is Abby Wex and Danielle Watt, coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pakela. In lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat with Isabella Rosato and Samantha Crilly. Something not quite right there. I think Isabella Rosato has gone in for Samantha Crilly and paired up with Zoe Wright. They're coached by Paul Blanchfield and Colin Purves. In lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Ella Gerand and Scarlett Tavaski. In lane 6, Unley High, Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold. And in lane 7, a composite of Sina Metzger from Fremantle with Sophia Cross from Bunbury, coached by Cameron Fowler and Keely Atchison.
As we see our leading rowers coming up towards the 1500 metre mark in heat number 4 of the women's under-17 double sculls. And it does look to be that composite crew over in lane number 7, the locals, Sina Metzger from Fremantle Rowing Club and Sophia Cross from Bunbury Rowing Club out in front at the moment. So we'll just get confirmation of that as they cross over the 1500 metre mark, and again looking quite strong out there in front. So it is the Bunbury Fremantle crew with the lead at the 500 metre mark, and a lot of clear water between them and the second placed Gippsland Grammar crew of Ella Durand and Scarlett Tavaski. And then coming through in third from Unley High, it looks like, Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold. So they're sitting in third place, so nicely spaced out at the moment. And then coming through in fourth, it looks to be the Brisbane and GPS crew of Abby Wex and Danielle Watt. And then they're ahead of the final couple of crews, so Wendouree Ballarat crew of Samantha Crilly and Zoe Wright. And then the Fremantle crew of Bridget Gralton and Hannah Blaney. So the bun. Metzger and Sophia Cross from Fremantle Rowing Club and Bunbury Rowing Club. So this will be a popular heat win here in the women's under-17 double sculls, with the locals out in front and looking quite good. Ella Durand and Scarlett Tavaski from Gippsland Grammar sitting in second place, so a few boat lengths between first and second, with Unley High's Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold sitting in third. But coming up towards the finish line now, competing at a home Australian Rowing Championships, it will be Sina Metzger and Sophia Cross from Bunbury and Fremantle Rowing Clubs with the win in heat number 4 of the women's under-17 double scull, a time of 8:02.5. That's been our fastest heat down the course so far. Gippsland Grammar's Ella Durand and Scarlett Tavaski will come through in second place. So again, they're happy with that one. Starting to get a little bit warm out there at the moment. Unley High's Felicity Cox and Eleanor Nettlefold will go through in third place, so they'll go through to the semi-final. The Bunbury Composite going through to the semi-final, the rest going through to the repechage. Then we've got the Brisbane and GPS double of Abby Wex and Danielle Watt in fourth place, ahead of the Wendouree Ballarat crew of Samantha Crilly and Zoe Wright in fifth, and then the Fremantle crew of Bridget Gralton and Hannah Blaney in sixth place. So a strong win there for the Fremantle Bunbury composite crew in a time of 8:02.5. So again, that was the fastest by about 10 seconds. Oh, very even with the first heat. So the first and the last heats, our top ones there. So it might be Brisbane and GPS, Kinross Walleroy and Bunbury Fremantle to look out for in the semi-finals, and potentially the finals later on.
Exciting stuff. We're on to the under-17 men's double scull now, and in Heat 1 we have Prince Alfred College, Milo Katsaros and Isaac Evans. They're coached by Amanda Tidswell and Mitchell Moore. We've got Trinity College from Perth in lane 3, Isaac Boston and Lucas Cardarci, coached by Kenzie Bew. In lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club of Sydney, Carter Clifton and Charlie Slack, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 5, the Southport School from Queensland, Matthew Coleman and John Annetto, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. And in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar from South Australia, Sam Williams and Zach Parrish, coached by Kyle and Nicole Shoonby.
As we see our leading crews coming up towards the Red Boys, marking 250 metres to go, and it is the Southport School just leading Glebe, but not by a lot, and then back a little bit further to the Pulteney Grammar crew over in lane 6. And then we go back a little bit further to Trinity College and Prince Alfred College making up our field. So Prince Alfred College sitting in 4th and Trinity College in 5th place. First and second go directly through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. So our 1 and 2 looking quite comfortable at the moment. The Southport Schools, Matthew Coleman and John Anetto, coached by Ian Hawley and John Smythe. About a boat length between them and Glebe's Carter Clifton and Charlie Slack, coached by Nicholas Galea.
Both of them row in the 8-4 Sydney Grammar School. So they've been rowing quite a bit of sweep. Carter strong in the sculling and doing the double scull now. So that's the Southport School across the line in first place in this first heat of the under-17 men's double scull, and they'll progress through to the semi-final. Joining them will be Glebe Rowing Club's Carter Clifton and Charlie Slack. Just missing out the Pulteney Grammar crew of Sam Williams and Zach Parrish. Fourth across the line from lane 2, the Prince Alfred College from South Australia, and fifth will be Trinity College, Isaac Boston and Lucas Cardacci. The second, is it second or is it third? Second heat, isn't it? Yeah, second heat of the men's under-17 double scull is on the course now. We've got Hale School from WA in lane 2. Their crew is Caleb Levers and Sam Belladonna. They're coached by Mike Quinn, Timothy Widdicombe and Alan Axford. Trinity College WA is in lane 3. Giacomo Vinciguerra and Thomas Coles, coached by Tim Kelly and Kenzie Bew. Wendouree Ballarat of Victoria are in lane 4 with Stuart Hall and Max Mason, coached by Paul Blanchfield. Newcastle Grammar in lane 5, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. And Pulteney Grammar appear again in lane 6 again, and this time it's Charlie Grivell and Lockie Miller, coached by Kyle and Nicole Shoonby.
So Newcastle Grammar and Wendouree Ballarat looking like they're out in front and battling it out quite nicely. First and second going directly through to the final, as we just wait for confirmation there as they go through the 1500 metre mark. It is Newcastle Grammar by less than a second over Wendouree Ballarat. So those two crews looking very comfortable. There's a lot of clear water between second and third. So Wendouree Ballarat and Newcastle Grammar you would expect to go through to the semi-finals quite easily. Trinity College from WA, so that's Giacomo Vinciguerra and Thomas Coles sitting in third place. So they were 18 seconds back on second, and then a bit of clear water between them and the fourth place, Hale School, Pulteney Grammar, the crew of Charlie Grivell and Lockie Miller, and then Hale School's Caleb Levers and Sam Belladonna making up our fields.
So the Newcastle Grammar crew there, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown, and Newcastle, plenty of rowing that goes on that little stretch of river where they are, or that sort of piece of water where they are, with both the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and the Newcastle Grammar School in the same place. We've seen some Lake Macquarie boys rowing in their single sculls earlier. Here, Newcastle Grammar School, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown, and a big shout out to them both from their coach Mark Partridge, who's not with them.
So it is Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown, just with a boat length ahead of Wendouree Ballarat, Stuart Hall and Max Mason. Both are going through to the semi-final, barring any last-minute catastrophes. But it's always nice to put that marker down. Newcastle Grammar out in front. It's now out to a boat length. They'll go through and take the win So the win there for Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. Coming through in second place will be Stuart Hall and Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. So they're our semi-finalists in the under-17 men's double sculls. Coming through in third place will be the crew from Trinity College, Giancomo Vinciguerra and Thomas Coles. So they're now coming up towards the finish line now. And you can, if we talk about how much the wind conditions have changed, you can actually see the puddles just staying very static in the water at the moment here at the finish line. Through in fourth place will be the Hale Schools, Caleb Levers and Sam Belladonna, and they'll finish ahead of Pulteney Grammar's Charlie Griville and Lockie Miller, and the winning time of 7 minutes 39.74.
So in our third heat of the under-17 men's double scull, we have Kinross Walleroy in lane 2, Oscar Cleary South West. And Luke Purdy, who we saw performing so strongly in the single earlier on.
And performing quite strongly in the double here, it does look to be that Hunter Valley Grammar crew and Rowan Hislop. And then looks to be the Prince Alfred College crew sitting just behind them, or around about level with them actually, as we just see the changing camera angle making things a bit more easy to see as the camera straightens up. So coming through coming through the 1500, Max Garnett and Louis Dawson out in front from Prince Alfred College, ahead of Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Kinross Walleroy's Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith sitting in third place, ahead of the Rockhampton Fitzroy crew of Nicholas Thompson and Tristram Vesey, and then William Robertson and Guy Ormond from Mossman Rowing Club making up the field there. Hunter Valley Grammar do now have, or will have, midway through the year, an Australian representative rowing for them and I've just completely forgotten his name, Harry Nichols, has been selected in the Australian Para 4 squad. So very, very quick sculler.
Yes, and we'll see him perform in the PR3 Cox 4 later on in the regatta, but it looks as though he might be off to his first Para International regatta in the mixed Cox 4, which will be very exciting.
Straight out of school and straight into the Australian team.
Yeah.
But part of a push to really get a number of people who do have different impairments to make them, I guess, not make them understand, but, you know...
Introduce them, I guess.
Yeah, to the classification process. They've all gone through that. So a lot of new names will be coming up in the para races over the next few days. But out here in the heat number 3 of the men's under-17 double scull, it's Prince Alfred College from South Australia and Hunter Valley Grammar from New South Wales. Out in front, Kinross Walleroy over in lane 2, probably about a boat length back, might just run out of course there to try and go through and qualify through for the semi-finals. Hunter Valley Grammar now, they've pushed through in that last 500 metres. They've opened up about boat lengths lead over the Prince Alfred College, so it will be a win there for Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. Max Garnett and Louis Dawson from Prince Alfred College coming through in second place. Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith will come through in third. And then in the battle for fourth and fifth between Rockhampton, Fitzroy and Mossman, you can hear the cheers coming up from the crowd. There's about half a boat length in it. Will Rockhampton, Fitzroy, yes, they'll just hold on ahead of Mossman. So Nicholas Thompson and Tristram Vesey finishing just ahead of William Robertson and Guy Ormond from Mossman Rowing Club. So a first ever Hunter Valley Grammar, and Prince Alfred College in second. They'll go through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage in the under-17 men's double sculls.
A great day there for Hunter Valley Grammar School, because both Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy won their heats in the under-17 singles, and now here they are winning the under-17 men's double scull together. Right, in our next heat, so this is still the men's under-17 double scull. Trinity Grammar are in lane 2, Patrick McInerney and Carter Beamish. Pulteney Grammar are in lane 3, Joshua Zhang and Sai O'Hanlon. Rockhampton Fitzroy are in lane 4, Finn Parr and Jai Ol. In lane 5, Bunbury, Eckhart Bosman and Alexander Clements. And in lane 6, Fremantle Rowing Club, Max Watt and Kit Muella.
So coming through the 1500 metre mark in heat number 4 of the men's under-17 double sculls, it is the Bunbury crew of Eckhart Bosman and Alexander Clements, coached by Cameron Fowler, out in front. Trinity Grammar from Victoria, Patrick McInerney and Carter Beamish, coached by Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller. They're leading Pulteney Grammar in 3rd place. Rockhampton Fitzroy are in 4th, and then back a little bit further to the Fremantle Rowing Club in 5th place, just coming across the 1500 metre mark now. So Bunbury Rowing Club out in front at the moment and looking quite good in this 4th heat of the men's under-17 double sculls. Again, 1st and 2nd to go through to the semi-finals, with the rest going through to the repechages. We've got 6 heats in the under-17 men's double sculls before we move on to the under-19 women's and men's double sculls. So there'll be some really good rowing coming out in those under-19s as well. It's a number of school rowers that are getting up towards grade 12 that'll be going through. So very much looking forward to seeing how some of those guys will go down the course. Out in front, though, you can hear the cheers coming from the crowd, because it's the locals, the Bunbury Rowing Clubs, Eckhart Bosman and Alexander Clements, who are out in front. They've only got about 150 metres to go. They will need to make sure that they push hard to try and get the heat win ahead of Trinity Grammar's Patrick McInerney and Carter Beamish. Well, they've got a couple of boat lengths out in front, and you can just start to hear the crowd start to get into it now towards the finish. And it is that Bunbury Rowing Club crew. Bit of clear water now. Big strong finish coming through for them. They'll go through and take the heat win in the under-17 men's double sculls. So a strong win there for Eckhart Bosman and Alexander Clements from Bunbury Rowing Club. Coming through in 2nd place will be Patrick McInerney and Carter Beamish from Trinity Grammar. So they'll qualify for the semi-finals as well. Pulteney Grammar will come through in 3rd place. That's Joshua Zhang and Sai O'Hanlon, ahead of Rockhampton Fitzroy Rowing Club's Finn Parr and Jai Ol in 4th, and then Fremantle Rowing Club's Max Watt and Kit Mueller in 5th place. The winning time there of 7 minutes 24.25.
A nice healthy 11.47, so nearly 12-second margin there. Bunbury Rowing Club taking out the under-17 men's double scull just ahead of Trinity Grammar from Victoria. Both crews will progress through to the semi-final, and the remainder going to the repechage are Pulteney Grammar, who are 3rd, Rockhampton Fitzroy, who are 4th, and Fremantle, who are 5th. In the 5th heat of the under-17 men's double scull, Cranbrook School from New South Wales are in lane 2, Edward Williams and Carson Prout. The Southport School from Queensland are in lane 3, Harrison Howard and Trent Vincent. The Bundaberg and Ignatius Park College composite of Thomas Bartels and Logan Cavill are in lane 4. In lane 5, Trinity Grammar from Victoria, David Morris and Matthew Rigby. And in lane 6, Radford College from the ACT, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier. So our coaches from Radford College are William Hatcher, Maximilian Mayer and the head coach there, Gordon Marks. Trinity Grammar coaches are Jackson Harrison and Lachlan Goller, the ex-international cocks. Bundaberg Composite is coached by Rodney Dick and Harrison Parks. The Southport School coaches are Ian Hawley, Amelia Connolly and John Smythe. And the Cranbrook coaches are Adrian Henning and David Cameron.
So just through the 1500 metre mark, it was Radford College leading the Bundaberg Ignatius Park composite by a couple of seconds. Then back about 10 seconds to Cranbrook in third place. Then we've got the Trinity Grammar crew in fourth place over in lane 5, and then the Southport School making up our field. So the Radford College crew, Hamish Gaydon, Hamish Whittier, so Hamish squared. We've seen a couple of the same name crews go down the course, part of a very strong sculling program out at Radford College. We'll see the Radford quad in the under-19s, in the Coxless quad, and also in the schoolboy Cox quads. Very good chances of winning in the 4-seat event. So Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier leading at the moment from Thomas Bartels from Ignatius Park College and Logan Cavill from Bundaberg Rowing Club. So we've got ACT Queensland out in front at the moment. There are two crews looking comfortable to qualify for the semi-finals of the under-17 men's double sculls. And then we've got a little bit of clear water between them and Cranbrook in third place at the moment, ahead of Trinity Grammar in fourth and the Southport School in fifth.
So that Radford College crew of Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier, bronze medalists at the New South Wales State Championships in this under-17 double scull, and they did a decent time there. They look as though they're going to do a decent time here too.
So they're just being pushed hard by that Bundaberg Ignatius Park College composite, but with a big strong finish coming, it will be Hamish Gaydon, Hamish Whittier, Radford College with the win. Bundaberg and Ignatius Park College, Thomas Bartels and Logan Cavill coming through in second place. So they'll go through to the semi-finals of the men's under-17 double sculls. Coming through in third place will be Edward Williams and Carson Prout from Cranbrook. And then they'll finish ahead of Trinity Grammar's David Morris and Matthew Rigby, with the Southport School's Harrison Howard and Trent Vincent making up our field. The winning time for the Radford College crew was 7 minutes 12.47 seconds, and that was a very reasonable time in that heat there from the Radford crew.
Coming up to the finish line now, our fifth and final crew from Southport, Harrison Howard and Trent Vincent. So through to the semi-final, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier from Radford College, Thomas Bartels and Logan Cavill from Bundaberg and Ignatius Park College. Going through to the repechage, Cranbrook, who were third, Trinity Grammar fourth, and the Southport School fifth. Our final heat of the men's under-17 double scull is in progress. Mercantile are in lane 2, Henry Somerville and Rory Somerville, coached by Peter Somerville. In lane 3, Adelaide High with Unley High School, Thomas Osborne and Finn Redman, coached by Joe Malcolm and Daniel Ralph. In lane 4, Tasmania University, Noah Hass and Henry Maining. In lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds. And in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar from South Australia, Fred Modra and William Thompson, coached by Kyle and Nicole Shundy. So we've seen a few of these scullers compete earlier on today in the under-17 men's single, but here they are combining in double sculls. And it looks as though it's our Tasmania University crew of Noah Haas and Henry Maining who have taken the lead over Thomas Osborne and Finn Redmond in the South Australian composite on one side of them. And they're neck and neck for the third position right now. Henry Somerville and Rory Somerville from Mercantile in lane 2, and Lagan Joshi and Sam Reynolds from Gippsland Grammar in lane 5. And then it's back to the crew, also from South Australia, but representing Pulteney Grammar School, Fred Modra and William Thompson, that are in the final position. So Tasmania University in the lead in the under-17 men's double scull. Noah Haas and Henry Maining. A good battle going on with Thomas Osborne and Finn Redmond of Adelaide High and Unley High School. Coming up to the 200 metre mark. They're about 250 metres out now. And now moving confidently into third place, the crew from Mercantile of Henry and Rory Somerville, coached by their dad, Peter. Good to see him here and bringing the next generation through. So the South Australians, Thomas Osborne and Finn Redmond, responding to the cheers of the crowd and definitely applying pressure to Tasmania University. But Noel Haas and Henry Maining so far looking composed and managing to stay perfectly in time. Adelaide High, Unley High still applying pressure. They're now overlapping Tasmania University, but the Tasmanian University guys put in a couple of big ones, managed to create clear water and take out this sixth heat of the under-17 men's double scull. They will be joined in the semi-finals by the Adelaide and Unley High composite. Then third across the line will be our crew from Mercantile, the Somervilles. So they'll get a good lane in the repechage and hope to progress from that through to the semi-final. And then it's our crew from lane 5, which was Gippsland Grammar's Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds, who will place fourth. And our final contestants, Fred Modra and William Thompson, round out the sixth and final heat of the under-17 men's double scull.
It's a confirmation there. Tasmania University and Adelaide High, Unley High School going through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. As we move on from the under-17 men's double sculls, we're now on to the under-19 double sculls. So we'll kick things off with the women's under-19 double sculls. So we do have 6 heats there. In lane 2, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. In lane 3, from Swan River Rowing Club, Rhiannon Fernandano and Ruby Hughes. In lane 4, from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer. In lane 5, from Ballarat City and Norwood International High, Angelica Chia and Meg Shaw. Lane 6, from Commercial Rowing Club, Emma Searle and Paris Reed. And in lane 7, from Melbourne Girls College, Lucinda Optug and Gwyneth Optug. And apologies if I've mispronounced any of those. So we've seen a few of these scullers go down the course already. Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer from Bundaberg Rowing Club down a little bit earlier on today. Emma Searle and Paris Reed from Commercial Rowing Club as well. We're just seeing the footage now. So coming up towards the 1500 metre mark here in the first heat of the women's under-19 double sculls. That Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton are sitting quite nicely over there in lane 1, as is the Commercial Rowing Club crew of Emma Searle and Paris Reed. So first and second to go through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechage. We've also got the Bundaberg crew, Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer, not completely out of a semi-final position, and indeed might just be moving a little bit ahead of that crew, Hunter Valley Grammar crew, in lane 1. As we just see the cameras start to pan around now towards the 1500 metre mark. And I think we'll get confirmation in just a few seconds that it is Commercial Rowing Club, Emma Searle and Paris Reed, coached by David Vandas, out in front, ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar in second, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. In third place, Bundaberg's Asia Heaps and Georgia Mortimer. So at the moment it's Commercial and Hunter Valley Grammar in those semi-final positions. Then back a little bit further to the Ballarat City Norwood International High Composite in lane 5, and then Melbourne Girls College in lane 7, and then to Swan River Rowing Club in lane 3. And a big shout out, Lizzie, to all the people that are watching from here and around the world. I've just had a very rude individual send me a photo. He's watching the commentary by the pool in Bali.
How nice of him to let us know that. Out. Here we all are at Chapel. Have definitely risen, and people coming down to the bank now to cheer on their school crews and club crews, mainly schools, I think, at this point in time. So definitely the numbers starting to lift, and we're expecting a lot of people here over the course of this week. Huge number of events and a near record entry. I think it's just under or just over 1,900 individual athletes are competing here. Thousands and thousands of seats, so races being raced, and we're bringing it all to you live on the live stream from Champion Lakes here in Western Australia. So our crew from Commercial, Emma Searle and Paris Reed, they are coached by Davis Van Das, and they have progressed really nicely through the second half of this race to get themselves in front of quite a talented Hunter Valley double by the looks of things, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton, who are coached by Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh, and they'll take out this heat and they'll progress through to the semi-final, so they'll have a day off tomorrow. Third, and just missing out, the crew from Swan River of Rhiannon Ferdinando and Ruby Hughes, coached by Lachlan van der Ven and David Murridge. City Composite of Angelica Chia and Meg Shaw. Fifth will be the Melbourne Girls College crew of Lucinda Opthoog and Gwyneth Opthoog, so some more sisters. And then it'll be back to our Swan River crew of Rhiannon and Ruby. And those guys will all get a chance to race again tomorrow.
Women's double sculls, again first and second through to the semi-final. In lane 2 from Caulfield Grammar in Victoria, Stella Mayer and Emily Thompson. In lane 3, Fremantle and Wilderness Composite of Lulu Detmold Cox and Emma O'Neill. In lane 4 from Pymble Ladies College, Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley. In lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Buhagia and Ruby Lindrea. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville in South Australia, Fern Rosenbauer and Emily Lang. And in lane 7 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Centenary Rowing Clubs, Lucy McFarlane and Remy Neville.
So great to see Hannah Every Hall is still coaching. She was at Wesley, she's now at Caulfield Grammar, and of course she was one of the coaches that really strengthened the para rowing program after 2016 by taking on board Alex Wulleman and Alex Viney, who've competed so strongly over the last Paralympiad, and of course Jess Gallagher, who is such a well-known sportswoman in Australia and one of the first Paralympians to compete in both a winter and a summer Paralympics, and a fine athlete. She has been selected again this year into the squad for the Coxed Four, so we wish her well as she endeavours to represent at the Paralympics in yet another sport. Hannah Every Hall now at Caulfield Grammar and working her magic with Stella Mayer and Emily Thompson. Hannah was very involved last year with the Wesley College crew that performed very strongly. We saw Zara Lavery, that was one of her athletes, doing really well earlier on today, now that she's at Melbourne University Boat Club.
Well, we forgot Jess Gallagher when we were talking about athletes who've excelled in a number of different sports. So So just through the 1,500 metres of the heat number 2 of the women's under-19 double scull, it is the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Centenary Composite out in front, just ahead of Loreto Marryatville in second, Pymble Ladies in third, Fremantle Wilderness School in fourth, the Caulfield Grammar in fifth, and then Gippsland Grammar in sixth place. As they head in towards the last 500 metres, first and second through to the semi-final. As mentioned previously, we do have 6 heats in the under-19 women's double sculls before we move on to the under-19 men's double sculls. But out in front, it is lanes 7 and 6, and lane 7 just starting to pull out a little bit now. Lucy McFarland and Remy Neville, coached by Christopher Holliday, Duncan Free and Michael Upstelton. But still being pushed and not being allowed to have everything their own way. Fern Rosenbauer and Emily Lang from Loreto Marryatville down in South Australia. And then back a little bit further, we have the Pymble Ladies crew of Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley ahead of Lulu Detmold Cox and Emma O'Neill from Wilderness School and the Fremantle Rowing Club. Into the last 100 metres though, it's still Griffith University and Centenary out in front, a boat length between first and second, and then a big push coming here from third and fourth with about 75 metres to go. Lucy McFarland and Remy Neville, they have been pushed, they have been stretched, but with about 5 big strokes left to go, they will go through to the semi-finals of the under-19 women's double scull. So a win there for Lucy McFarland and Remy Neville. Second place will go to Fern Rosenbauer and Emily Lang from Loreto Marryatville. Then in third place will be Pymble Ladies, finishing just ahead of the Fremantle Wilderness School Composite in fourth place. And then back a little bit further, we have the Caulfield Grammar crew in fifth, and then Gippsland Grammar in sixth place.
What a great race there between Pymble Ladies College and Fremantle Composite. So they've come a long way, Pymble Ladies College, but not quite as... sorry, it was Fremantle and Wilderness School, wasn't it? So that would be Wilderness from South Australia with Fremantle Rowing Club. Great race there between the two of them. Looking forward to seeing them in the repechage tomorrow, because Loreto Marryatville and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise with the crews that progress through to the semi-final. The rest in this under-19 women's double through to the repechage. We have another heat. This is heat 3, so I think we're halfway through. Under-19 women's double scull, so what we would call juniors in rowing, under-19. North Esk and Mersey have made up a composite between Lily Barker and Layla Hucker. They're in lane 2. Sydney Rowing Club's Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney are in lane 3. In lane 4 from Swan River, Serene de Grucci and Melissa Marshall. In lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Zaha Rose Beatty. In lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli in New South Wales, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey. And in lane 7 from ANA, Laura Stokes and Bronte Fong.
So through the 1,500 metre mark, it is Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey leading Sydney Rowing Club's Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney. So a 12-second gap there between first and second as they come up towards the southern edge of the boat park. There's not much between third and fourth. Gippsland Grammar, the crew of Hannah Roberts and Sahara Rose Beatty, and then the North Esk Mersey composite of Lily Barker and Lila Hucker are only 0.3 of a second behind in fourth place. ANA, Laura Stokes and Bronte Fong sitting in fifth place, and then they're just ahead of the Swan River crew of Serene de Grucci and Melissa Marshall.
So at the Rowing New South Wales State Championships in the schoolgirl double scull, and they are coached by Lachlan Allen and Larissa Biesenthal. So Lachlan, who's been the head coach there at Loreto Kirribilli for some time, Larissa, who was in the Olympic team, actually I think coached Hannah Every Hall, who's the coach that we were talking about before, in the lightweight double scull for Australia some time ago now. Larissa Biesenthal, and Larissa back in Australia now and working at Loreto Kirribilli with Lachlan Allen.
Does that make it like a great grand coach or something like that?
Oh, I don't think Larissa would want to hear you say that, so you might have to answer to her.
Out in front, though, Loretto Kirribillis, Alyssa Fickers and Elizabeth Carey very comfortable out in front now. You can see them just lowering that stroke rate, getting the power through, getting the timing, looking really effortless at the moment. So they'll go through and take the heat win in heat number 3 of the under-19 women's double sculls. So a strong win there for Loretto Kirribillis. Coming through in second place will be Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. We just see them put a big push out towards the finish there, so they'll come through in second. Again, qualify for the semi-final. In the battle for third, we've got the North Esk Mersey Composite leading ahead of Gippsland Grammar in fourth place, and that's how they're going to cross. So it will be that North Esk Composite coming through in So an 8-minute 14.62, the winning time there for Loretto Kirribillis with a 10.37 margin between first and second, and then 11 seconds back to third place, and then only a second between third and fourth. Emma Pittman and Tilly Herman-Ralph. In lane 3 from Trinity Lutheran College in Queensland, Ruby Hodges and Scarlett Wood. Lane 4 from Townsville and JCU, Maya Williams and Nisha Heyman. In lane 5 from Commercial Rowing Club, Bethany Harvest and Melena Wilcox. And in lane 6 from Albert Park College,
successful double through the season, and their coach there is Virginia Lee. So another lightweight who represented Australia at the Olympics, winning a bronze medal in, oh, Virginia, you're going to hate me, I'm having a problem now, 1996, wasn't it? And fourth in 2000. Eva Levashova and Saskia Payne. Virginia doing an excellent job there at the Albert Park College program, and these girls have been strong contenders. And again, I think they performed very strongly indeed at the New South Wales State Championships, I think it was. Oh, hello, Victoria. I'm joined by Richard. He'll know all about Albert Park College program run by Virginia Lee and Minnie Cade.
And another very successful head of the schoolgirls regatta in Geelong a couple of weeks ago, when they defended their title in the double scull it was. So they won different combinations, won it last year and this year. So yeah, great success in particularly in the smaller sculling boats in regattas around Victoria. And I think you're right too, at the New South Wales Championships up at Penrith earlier in the year as well.
And of course it's co-ed, so the guys are doing really well as well, which must be really exciting having a co-ed program at a school. Although a lot of work, I remember Vicky Randall saying to me, Andrew Randell's wife saying to me how hard it was at Radford because it is mixed. Yeah, so
the biggest issue for Albert Park College and the crews that race there is that their training lake and boat sheds are surrounded by the Grand Prix track, which is going in and that part of Melbourne for the Formula One race, which is coming up very soon. So slightly restricts their access to the water at this time of year, but I guess that's why they're over here racing instead.
Yes, and doing a great job.
So this is the fourth row. Stuart later, he's racing tomorrow, so he's got to prepare for that as well. These multi-talented people who can talk rowing and actually do it at the same time. But it does look to be the centre of the course here, Commercial. The crew out in front, thank you Lizzie, Bethany Harvest and Melena Wilcox, our race leaders by a couple of lengths from Albert Park College, Eva Levashova and Saskia Payne. That's the Virginia Lee coach crew we were just talking about. They're sitting in a qualifying spot too, the crew from Albert Park. And then Trinity Lutheran would be third, Ruby Hodges and Scarlett Wood, who are coached by Eric Rowan. And they are certainly our top three. Then back to Guildford Grammar of Western Australia and also Townsville and JCU, the crew there in the centre of the course. But at the head of the field, it certainly is Commercial, Bethany Harvest and Melena Wilcox, coached by David Vandis. Just a few strokes to go for them, and Commercial will be across to take the win shortly in race 88 on today's program as we move into the final 11 or 12 races of the day, and Commercial will be who take the win here on lane 5. So they move through to the semis of the under-19 women's double sculls. Second place will indeed go the way of the crew from Albert Park College. So they also qualify for the semi-finals. Third is Trinity Lutheran. Fourth will be Guildford Grammar on the far side of the course on the Western Bank, and fifth will be the crew from Townsville and JCU in race 88, won by the Commercial combination from Brisbane.
Well, congratulations to Albert Park College joining Commercial in the semi-final of the under-19 women's double scull. What a great season they're having, and a great row from Commercial there. They won by almost 8 seconds. Trinity Lutheran, Guildford Grammar, Townsville JCU will progress to the repechage and have a chance to fish again and try and make that semi-final. In the fifth heat of the under-19 women's double scull, Corio Bay are in lane 2, represented by Monique Guest and Leah Murphy. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty, coached by Nigel Miller. In lane 4, Yara Yara, Zara Kfouri and Sophia Muller, coached by David Orchard. In lane 5, a composite of Eliza Bridgefoot, who is these days at the University of Queensland Boat Club and the QAS, and Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the QAS, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. And in lane 6, Radford College from ACT, Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller, coached by Maggie Noonan, Zoe Christofides and Gordon Marks. Eliza Bridgefoot, who was a very successful schoolgirl rower, as I recall. Good to see her again moving into the university space.
Yeah, and sitting up there in the boat with Sophie Malcolm, and they look to be our race leaders here, the Centenary University of Queensland composite crew.
So I think we should say hello to Stuart Sampson. Yes. Hello, Stuart, by your pool in Bali, watching your daughter row in the Radford College crew here. Don't think we don't know. Cameras are everywhere.
There's no secrets around here. This live stream is making it too easy. You don't have to actually come to Western Australia. You can sit by the pool and see all the activity. But so that's the father of Hannah Sampson of Radford College there in lane 6. They would be sitting probably 4th or 5th this stage. It's Centenary and University of Queensland leading in. Second place, Yara Yara. A good combination there, another Victorian crew, Zara Kfouri and Sophia Miller.
We talked about Zara Kfouri earlier, didn't we?
We did. And Sophia Miller, who used to row in Sydney for Ascombe and Glebe Rowing Club at last year's Nationals, and now resides, as we said, you may not have been here at the time, she's seen the light, left Sydney, come to Melbourne, and is happily now plying a trade at Yara Yara, and finished second in the head of the schoolgirls last weekend behind Zara Kfouri, with whom she's now combined in this boat. They rowed for their schools in that regatta, so they were Toorak College and Cedar College, but here they combine as Yara Yara, sitting in second place, but well behind our leaders here from Queensland.
So I must say, when we commentators get together from all across the country and do these national championships, it's a great opportunity to pick up on the gossip of who's moved where. So I've been getting some text messages because I asked who was Isabel Watson at Sydney Rowing Club, a new name, and evidently she was a lightweight who was in South Australia, and she's just moved to Sydney and moved to Sydney Rowing Club. So Isabel, great to see you in the sky blue of Sydney Rowing Club and coming to New South Wales.
There's no bias at all up here anymore, but wait till Chris McCarthy gets here later in the week. Yes. That'll help. Yep. But it's the Queenslanders here anyway, happily out in front. So Centenary and University of Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot and Sophie Malcolm, who lead this 5th heat of the under-19 women's double scull, and they will take a very, very comfortable win over the Victorian combination, Zara Kfouri and Sophia Miller from Yara Yara, also through to the semi-finals. Really close to 3rd and 4th here too between our next couple of crews. They'll both have to go via the repechage, but it will be narrowly there. I think Canberra Girls Grammar School who will take out 3rd spot, Samantha Burns and Caitlin Natty, ahead of Radford College in 4th, so 2 ACT combination. That's Hannah Sampson and Chloe Miller, who we mentioned before. And then in 5th, it will be from Corio Bay in Victoria, Monique Guest and Leah Murphy, rounding out the field of 5 in race 89, the 5th heat of the under-19 women's double scull. as we move through, Lizzie, to the sixth and final heat of this big field of entrants in the under 19 women's double.
It's massive, isn't it? It is really fantastic to see. So Adelaide University are in lane 2 of our sixth heat of the under 19 women's double scull. They are represented by Emma Newhouse and Bianca Kohlberg, coached by Tom Dernbos and Nicholas Schoonby. In lane 3 from Mersey, Olivia Yates and Meg Castles, who we saw earlier in the singles. Coaches are David and Merv Tippett. In lane 4, a composite between Imogen Lang of Canberra and Lucy Searle of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Tom Krieber and Adam Harrison. And Lucy rows also at Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 5, St Patrick's College Townsville, represented by Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. And in lane 6, another crew from Yarra Yarra. This one is Ruby Gray and Francesca Spaino, coached by David Orchard.
Yeah, a strong sculling program developed there at Yarra Yarra by Dave Orchard in recent years, and certainly Zara Kafuri and Sophia Miller evidence of that. But the crew in this race sits back in fourth place, so unlikely to go through and qualify. It's St Pat's Townsville who are in front. Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke from St Pat's of Townsville, who been officially awarded the prize of the club that's travelled the most distance to be here. Stuart and I were speculating over that earlier, and but we thought the North Queenslanders would get the prize there.
But I did wonder, are they actually further away than Hong Kong?
Well, that's true.
I do wonder, was there a little bit of bias there towards Australians?
Yes, that's true. Well, we'll have to get Ian Robson back to possibly call for the photo finish there.
We'll have to get Howard Croker to get his tape measure out.
Exactly.
Measure it for us.
Certainly in this case, I'm not sure that will be required. It's a clear lead to the combination from St Patrick's College at Townsville. From in second place, Sydney and Canberra. Imogen Lang of Canberra, Lucy Searle of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Thomas Kreber and Adam Harrison. The Sydney-Canberra composite crew, they would easily be in the second qualifying spot. Mersey in third, Olivia Yates and Meg Castles. And fourth then, that Yarra Yarra crew we mentioned earlier of Ruby Gray and Francesca Spano. So out in front, certainly the St Pat's combination from Townsville will continue down towards the finish here in probably some of the calmest conditions we've seen of the day. The flags here at the finish line hardly moving at all, so what wind there was earlier has largely gone away over the course of the day, which is great to see these calm conditions late in the afternoon here at Champion Lakes, and it's around about a 3-length lead at this stage to the combination from St Patrick's of Townsville, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, as they close in now on the finish of this race. It's still at Sydney and Canberra in second place and Mersey third. St Pat's of Townsville will move through to the semis of the under-19 women's double scull. They'll take the win in Heat 6. They'll win it by about 3 lengths. A comfortable margin indeed there for Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. St Pat's Townsville first. Second goes to the Sydney-Canberra composite crew. They'll both move through to the semi-finals directly on Wednesday. And then to the repechage in third and fourth place go Mersey lane 3 and also Yarra Yarra in lane 6. They'll race again tomorrow afternoon in the repechages of the under-19 women's double scull, with the semi-finals to take place on Wednesday's program. A big field of 6 heats in the under-19 women's double scull, an equally big field, Lizzie, of 6 heats in the under-19 men's double scull as well. It's great to see the entries growing at this regatta.
Certainly is. We've got a queen. And I do know that they just missed out on winning the Head of the River race, so Aquinas, thank you. Okay. Aquinas, there we go. Aquinas College from WA are in lane 2, represented by Benjamin Russell and Matthew McCarthy. Ballarat Grammar from Victoria are in lane 3, represented by Oliver Harris and Lockie Heath. In lane 4, Trinity Grammar Victoria, represented by William Ball and Charlie White. In lane 5, a second Trinity Grammar crew, this time Hugo Osmond and Nicholas Whiteoak. And in lane 6 from Hawthorn Victoria, Archie Critchell and Max Curry.
A good chance for the Victorians here with 4 crews in the race. And the West Australians over on the far side. A number of these names coming up already for a couple of times today. They rode obviously the single sculls earlier today, now combining in the doubles. Certainly that's the case for the Ballarat Grammar combination on lane 3 and also Hawthorn lane 6. And they may well be our top 2 crews, those 2 combinations from different parts of Victoria. Ballarat Grammar, of course, training on Lake Wendouree, Oliver Harris and Lockie Heath. It is Archie Critchell and Max Curry, a pretty experienced double scull from the Hawthorn Rowing Club, who are coached by Tristan Kristevsky on the upper reaches of the Yarra River, the famous club, of course, where the head of the Yarra ends each year, although unfortunately not been held now for the past 3 years, I think it's been, since we last had.
Such a shame, isn't it?
Yes,
It really
but
is.
it'll be back this year.
You think it will?
I think, they've done a lot of work on the area. So the reason last year didn't go ahead was more to do with flooding and the work that had to be done to fix the course up. Not so much a COVID issue as the previous 2 years were. So once that's done and fixed, I'm pretty sure November this year, the head of the Yarra should be back on the schedule.
Excellent, because that's it's a bit like the Nationals, isn't it? It's an event for everybody to get together, and we all look forward to it.
It's a wonderful weekend, and sometimes it's a rowing going on in the background as well, if you know where to look.
Please don't tell our young people that.
No, of course not. No. So but the Hawthorn Rowing Club is leading this race and leading it well through Archie Critchell and Max Curry, and they both had a reasonable single scull race earlier today, and now move through to the semis. It's the same progression as for the women's event, so first and second to the semi-finals, and it looks to be Hawthorn and Ballarat Grammar, Oliver Harris and Lockie Heath, who are coached by Paul Commons, who will take out those 2 qualifying spots in between them. Trinity Grammar, that's Trinity of Melbourne, of course, not to be confused with Trinity of Western Australia, who won their head of the river a week or so ago. But it's Hawthorn who will take the win here. Archie Critchell and Max Curry across in first place. Ballarat Grammar will finish second on lane 3. And the first of the Trinity combinations, William Ball and Charlie White, will get across for third place. They'll go through to the repêchages. And then the remaining 2 crews, Aquinas College on the far side, Benjamin Russell and Matthew McCarthy. And then the next of the Trinity combinations in lane 5, Hugo Osmond and Nicholas Whiteoak will round out the field of 5 in race 91, the first heat of 6 in the under-19 men's double scull.
So confirming the results of the first heat of the under-19 men's double scull, a win for Hawthorn, second Ballarat Grammar, and those 2 crews progress through to the semi-final. Third, Trinity Grammar, Ball and White. Fourth, Aquinas College, Russell and McCarthy. Fifth, Trinity Grammar, Osmond and Whiteoak, and they progress through to the repêchage. In Heat 2 of the under-19 men's double scull, we have Gippsland Grammar in lane 2, represented by Hagan Cook and Anthony Smith. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Bundaberg in lane 3, represented by Samuel Klotz and Luca Free. Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 4, represented by Harrison Nichols and Max Blatchley. In lane 5, the Hutchins School from Tasmania, James Moy and Henry Pitt. And in lane 6, a composite of Charles Rawdon from Corio Bay and Caitlin Routley from Lake Macquarie. And that Rawdon and Routley composite, I think that they first got together in either one of the schoolboy regattas or the New South Wales State Championships, and it proved very fast, so great to see them racing in that again.
I was going to ask you that, because it's not a combination that naturally springs to mind, Lake Macquarie and Corio Bay from Geelong.
No, but I think both of them do very well in the single scull, and their coaches had the idea of putting them together. Lee Hall Sullivan, very well respected junior coach who coaches Charles Rawdon, and Amos Noon, who coaches Caelan Routley at Lake Macquarie. Caelan studies at Newcastle Grammar but rows for the local club. We have also mentioned earlier today Harrison Nichols, so he's at Hunter Valley Grammar School, and he's does really well in the single, so it'll be great to see him racing with Max Blatchley here. He's also has qualified for para rowing and participated in the senior para team trials recently, and has been selected into the squad for the PR34 that will be heading over to Italy soon.
Excellent.
So an amazing opportunity for him.
Yeah, very much so. And
well deserved though. I mean, he races very well in the single, and he combines really well in the 4 as well, which is great.
Yeah, racing well on the double here, but they wouldn't be quite in the top 2. I think the second position here would be held down by the Queensland combination of Samuel Klotz, and then the free name there again, Luca Free, from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise, coached by his father Duncan Free, along with Christopher Holliday and Rodney Dick. So that's a 2-club composite there from clubs that are a few hundred kilometres apart, in fact, Surfers Paradise and Bundaberg. But rowing together here into a clear second spot in these wonderful late afternoon conditions here at Champion Lakes too. I was concerned the sun would get in our eyes here, Lizzie, late in the western sky, but the clouds are just in the right position at the moment, so we can still see what's going on.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and we've just mentioned Harrison Nichols, so if you don't mind me making a plug for para rowing, obviously I'm very interested in it, but to all the school rowers and the parents out there are... it is definitely worth having a look on the Rowing Australia website at information on para rowing, because there are so many impairments that would qualify a rower for PR3 rowing, and people or even PR2 rowing, and people just don't realise. So PR3 is where you can use all 3 muscle groups: legs, trunk and your arms and shoulders. PR2 is where you use arms and trunk only, and PR1 where it's essentially arms only. But yeah, it's definitely worth, if you have a mild impairment or something like cerebral palsy, it's definitely worth having a look to see whether you qualify for para rowing, because it just opens up a whole new series of events.
Additional outlet for competition for those athletes who can row in the open events and also the para events. Obviously, Mac Russell does the same and already has it this regatta. And the para racing, I think, must start tomorrow, because we know that our own Stuart John will be out there tomorrow morning racing in the first of his events too. So that will kick off early tomorrow.
Yeah, and Lisa Greisel, who rowed in lightweight and masters events and now rows in para events, also through to that PR3 squad.
Yeah, we'll see that racing tomorrow, but for now it is Lake Macquarie Corio Bay, this pretty strong double scull of Charles Rarden and Caelan Routley, who will go across and take the win on lane 6 in the second heat of the under-19 men's double scull. Across to the other side of the course, it will be the Queensland composite crew, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and Bundaberg, Samuel Klotz and Luca Free. They are also through to the semi-finals. Third will go the way of that crew we've spoken about, Harrison Nichols and Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. Must be getting late in the day here now. And then on the far side, it is Gibson Grammar, Hagan Cook and Anthony Smith in 4th. 5th place will go to Hutchins from Tasmania, James Moy and Henry Pitt.
Winning time there for the second heat, 7 minutes and 5 seconds. That compares with 7:11 for Heat 1. So in Heat 2, confirming the results, a win for the Lake Macquarie Corio Bay composite. Second, the Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Bundaberg composite, and those two will progress through to the semi-final. Third, Hunter Valley Grammar. Fourth, Gippsland Grammar. Fifth, Hutchins School will progress through to the repechage. So in lane 2 in our third heat, we have the Southport School represented by Nikos Karathanasopoulos and Jed Galley. In lane 3, St Peter's College, South Australia, with Eddie Hetherington and Murphy Eaton. In lane 4, a double from Mossman Rowing Club with Oscar Shiel-Gamborg and Dion Hansen. In lane 5, from Bundaberg, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis. And in lane 6, from Marist College, Canberra, and the ACT High Performance Programme, Darcy James and Jesse Rosen. Jesse is coached by Tom Krieber and Dave Romano at the ACT High Performance Programme there, Darcy James joining him. And I would expect a pretty good showing from those two. They train the house down. Pretty handy scullers. Ashlyn Chapman, no relation, is the coach at Bundaberg with Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis. Kieran Kabelke, our previous international sculler, is the coach at Mossman of Oscar Shiel-Gamborg and Dion Hansen in lane 4. Nathan Bowden, international rower, coach of Eddie Hetherington and Murphy Eating at St Peter's College there. And Cameron Kennedy is the coach at the Southport School.
Judgment right on again, Lizzie. Certainly that Mossman crew is very much up there in the centre of the course. Oscar Shiel-Gamborg and Dion Hansen alongside the ACT combination on lane 6, Darcy James and Jesse Rosen, who again we did see on the course earlier today. I think Stuart was talking up their capability in the double scull when they were racing the single earlier today, and they're certainly showing a pretty clean set of heels here. In fact, it would be Marist College, Canberra, probably just narrowly still from the Mossman Rowing Club combination lane 4. But those two certainly well clear of the remainder of the field, the Southport School, St Peter's College, and also Bundaberg, as they're about to come through the 1500 metre mark, and there is nothing between our top two. It was the ACT combination ever so slightly, 0.63 of a second there between the two. So Marist College and Mossman at this stage in the qualifying spots.
So I just had a quick check of the results from the Championship Men's Under-19 Double Scull at the New South Wales State Championships, and this Marist College crew did beat the Mossman crew by 3.5 seconds. So it's definitely closer than that right now.
Yeah, on 2/3 of a second with 500 to go, so we'll see how it plays out here. Both will go through to the semis, so I'm not sure there's great incentive for a particularly intense to straight through to Wednesday's racing. It will be the semi-finals of the under-19 men's double scull. The repechage will take place late tomorrow for those crews outside the top two spots, but Marist College probably are extending their lead late to about a boat length or so now, so they may yet get a slightly more comfortable margin, but both will go through in any case to the semi-finals. Behind them in third, it was the Southport School, Nikos Karanthantopoulos and Jed Galley, coached by Cameron Kennedy, their first 8 coach of the Southport School crew that went so close to a win in the head of the river at Lake Wyaralong. And then it was St Peter's College from Adelaide, Eddie Hetherington and Murphy Eaton, who were head of the river winners at their regatta at Westlakes, and then Bundaberg were next, Lachlan Simpson and Nathan Davis. But our winners come to the line now from Marist College, Canberra, and they've opened up quite a substantial lead in the closing 500 metres, so they will, in the end, record a pretty big margin of victory. So lane 6, Marist College, Canberra, goes through in first place. Mossman finish in second, but don't seem overly troubled here in the closing strokes of the race, and they will go through easily to the semi-finals as well. Third then on the far side will be the Southport School combination. It looks like about 14.82 seconds between first and second, so it did certainly blow out over the final 500 metres, but some pretty sedate rowing from a couple of these crews as they come home here late in the day, preparing already for their races, you'd think, tomorrow or the next day. St Peter's finish in fourth. Fifth will go the way of the crew from Bundaberg, but the ACT combination, Darcy James and Jesse Rosen, take out the third heat of the under-19 men's double scull for Marist College, Canberra.
Confirming the results for Heat 3 of the Under-19 men's double scull. A win for Marist College, Canberra, James and Rosen. Second, Mossman Rowing Club. They will progress through to the semi-final. Third, the Southport School. Fourth, St Peter's College, and fifth, Bundaberg will progress through to the repechage tomorrow. Winning time 6 minutes 56.95 and the margin 14.82. Heat 4 of the Under-19 men's double scull is now in progress. Gippsland Grammar are in lane 2, represented by Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. Radford College are in lane 3, Connor Maloof and Noah Vosen. Caulfield Grammar School are in lane 4, represented by James Ritchie and Matthew English. In lane 5, Norwood International High School of South Australia, Igor Zarabin and Oliver Evans Wood. And in lane 6, from Fremantle, Western Australia, Austin Vincent and Oscar Lurie.
Thanks, Lizzie. Yeah, the pace looks to be on the eastern side of the course here, so the lanes furthest away from the cameras there as they head towards the bridge that joins up to the main boat park island here at Champion Lakes. And the crew's on that side. So Fremantle and also Norwood International High from South Australia. So Fremantle, Austin Vincent and Oscar Laurie. And the crew next to them from Norwood International High of Adelaide, Igor Zarubin, who had a good win, I think, in a single scull race back at the beginning of the day. And Oliver Evans Wood, they're coached by Brenton Terrell. That combination from South Australia. But it's the locals who continue to, well, almost the locals. I guess Fremantle certainly closer than St Pat's of Townsville.
And Team Hong Kong.
Exactly right. But obviously very familiar with this course, the rowers from the Fremantle Rowing Club. So Austin Vincent and Oscar Laurie, coached by Kevin Neville, who've opened up a pretty handy lead now of a couple of lengths. It would be on the second place combination from Norwood International High. Both do look to be in the 2 qualifying spots for the semis of the under-19 men's double scull, and they're clear by several lengths of the remainder of the field. Radford College from the ACT. Currently third, Connor Maloof and Noah Vosen, coached by William Hatcher, Maximilian Meyer and Gordon. 2 remaining crews, both Victorian combinations. Quite some way back in the field, Gippsland Grammar and Caulfield Grammar very close together, but too, as they go through with 500 to go, it would be narrowly Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam, ahead of Caulfield Grammar, lane 4, James Ritchie and Matthew English. You mentioned Hannah Every Hall before, Lizzie. She's now coaching at Caulfield Grammar after a couple of very successful years at Wesley College in Melbourne, now coaching the Caulfield Grammar program as well. But in this race, it is going to be on between the 2 crews closest to us here in the finish tower, Fremantle lane 6 and Norwood International High in lane 5. Look almost certain to take out these 2 qualifying spots. Just a few strokes to go for our leaders now. They're inside the final 100 metres as the sun does start to come out from behind the clouds and make vision a bit interesting here at the finish line. But there's no doubt about our race winners. It will be Austin Vincent and Oscar Laurie of the Fremantle Rowing Club in lane 6, who take out heat 4 of the under-19 men's double scull. And they're clear by around about 3 lengths as Norwood International High also emerge from the sunlight on the water. And Iga Zarubin and Oliver Evans-Wood will go through in second place on lane 5. And third place will be the Radford College combination from the Australian Capital Territory. Just a few strokes to go for that crew. Lane 3, they'll have to go to the repechage. Tomorrow afternoon's repechage of the under-19 men's double scull, and 4th and 5th still being fought out between these 2 Victorian crews. And if anything, Caulfield Grammar, Ritchie and English may have moved past Gippsland Grammar over the concluding few hundred metres. That looks to be the order as they head towards the line. It'll be Caulfield Grammar in 4th and Gippsland Grammar in 5th position in race 94, the 4th of 6 heats in the under-19 men's double scull.
The winners were Fremantle, Vincent and Laurie. In second place, Norwood International High. They will progress directly through to the semi-final. In third, Radford College, Maloof and Vosen. In 4th, Caulfield Grammar, Ritchie and English. And in 5th, Gippsland Grammar, Lewis and Gillam. They will progress to the repechage. Winning time, 7 minutes 10.53. The margin unofficially, 6.96. The 5th heat of the men's under-19 double scull is now in progress, with Charlie Pike and Kieran Redding of West Australian Rowing Club in lane 2. In lane 3 from Swan River Rowing Club, Benjamin Sutherland and Oscar Hughes. In lane 4 from Fremantle, Rockland Braddock and Jonathan Foster. In lane 5 from Bundaberg, Queensland, Corey Stevens and Logan Cavill. And in lane 6, a composite between St Joseph's Nudgee College and the Southport School. That's Costa Karathanasopoulos and Chad Willett. Chad Willett, a very strong sculler indeed from Nudgee College.
He had a successful morning as he was out to, that was in the under-19 single scull earlier today. Chad Willett going through in pretty convincing style. And now teaming up with Costa Karathanasopoulos of the Southport School in the crew closest to us here on the eastern side of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre, and they do look to be the crew that is out in front. St Joseph's, Nudgee College and the Southport School, and the closest crew to them in terms of race position I think is right across on the other side from the West Australian Rowing Club, Charlie Pike and Kieran, there's that name again, Reading, coached by Stefano Belosso.
That wind's dropping off now, isn't it? Lovely conditions.
It seems counterintuitive, but maybe that's how things work in the West. You get the wind in the morning and it disappears over the course of the day. I haven't seen that before, but
that certainly wasn't the case last night, though.
No,
believe me. No.
Right.
No, it was a bit wild last night here when especially when the seniors were coming off the water after their paddles, because I think a few of the trailers arrived quite late. It was it was a bit concerning.
Yeah, well,
anyway, they all survived.
We'll enjoy the calm conditions while we can, because I think there's possibly a bit more wind to come the next couple of days, and obviously the temperatures building up over the course of the week to a pretty warm Friday and Saturday, at least at this stage. And that lead is substantial to Nudgee and the Southport School. Almost 17 seconds over the West Australian Rowing Club in second place, who themselves have a pretty handy lead of 7.78 seconds over Bundaberg, who are third. That's Corey Stevens and Logan Cavill for Bundaberg, coached by Rodney Dick. Fourth was Fremantle, Rockland Braddock and Jonathan Foster, coached by Kevin Neville. And fifth, with 500 to go, was another West Australian crew, Swan River Rowing Club, Benjamin Sutherland and Oscar Hughes, coached by David Mohoric. But those three look likely to move through to the repechage. But directly to the semi-finals will go this very strong combination from southeast Queensland. Costa Karanasopoulos of the Southport School and Chad Willett from Nudgee College. Already a good day for him in the single scull, as he looks to improve on his silver medal in that event from last year. And here in the double scull, the TSS Nudgee combination is very, very comfortably clear, cruising home in pristine conditions here on the waters of the Champion Lakes Regatta Centre late in the opening day of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships, and they maintain their timing right down across the finish line now, and it certainly is Nudgee Southport first place on lane 6 in the fifth heat of the under-19 men's double scull, and then across to the other side of the course where the West Australian Rowing Club should still finish second. Bundaberg have come home strongly in the last 500 metres, but will not be able to move up to the top two. It'll be Charlie Pike and Kieran Reading who go across in second and move through to the semis. Just on a length and a half back then to Bundaberg, Corey Stevens and Logan Cavill, who'll finish third. They'll race the repechage tomorrow afternoon. And fourth and fifth is pretty tight as well, but the battle of the West Australian clubs, I think Fremantle will get the verdict by about half a length from Swan River as they come across and conclude race 95. Won there in fine style by Nudgee and the Southport School.
Confirming the results of Heat 5 of the Under-19 men's double scull. A win for St Joseph's Nudgee College and the Southport School, Karathanasopoulos and Willett. Second, West Australian Rowing Club, Charlie Pike. Progress through repechage, Bundaberg, Stevens and Cavill. Fremantle, Braddock and Foster, who are fourth, and fifth, Swan River, Sutherland and Hughes. Winning time 7 minutes 6.13 seconds and a margin 21.83. The sixth and final heat of the under-19 men's double scull is now in progress. Ballarat Grammar are in lane 2, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall. Huon Rowing Club are in lane 3, Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie. Sydney Rowing Club are in lane 4, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. Mossman Rowing Club of Sydney are in lane 5, Zane McGregor and Sam Merry. And in lane 6, Prince Alfred College from South Australia, Hugo Knight and Sam Stunnell. Sam Stunnell, another school rower who does qualify also for para rowing, so it's been great to have him participate in that. They are coached by Brian Richardson. Some experienced coaches here. Mossman Rowing Club's coach is Kieran Kabelke, and Sydney Rowing Club's coach Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Donovan, who hails from South Africa, and Shane from Ireland, working as a great team there on their junior men. Paul
This is the sixth and final heat of the under-19 men's double scull. So our last two semi-finalists, for now at least, about to be determined, and looks likely to be Sydney and Mossman, the leading couple of combinations here towards the eastern side of the course. Now it is Sydney out in front here with 500 metres to race. Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. They're on lane 4, and Mossman in second place. Zane McGregor and Sam Merry, coached by Kieran Kabelgi. They're a clear top 2. Huon third place. Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie, but almost 10 seconds between second and third. So a lot needs to change over the final 500 metres for the qualifying spots to be upturned. Fourth was Prince Alfred College from Adelaide, Hugo Knight and Sam Stanell, coached by Brian Richardson. And fifth place, Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall, coached by Paul Commons. Not sure if that's the Brian Richardson, now coaching at Prince Alfred College. We'll put our spies onto the task there. It's a very, very famous name in the history of Australian and also of Canadian rowing, and a few other roles as well.
Well, it's a very famous college. Didn't Andrew Randell coach there?
It is indeed. It's right. But they will be back in. Qualifying crews look pretty much set, with Sydney still leading Mossman.
Yeah, that's a good Mossman double and a good Sydney double as well. I'm sure we saw them race earlier on. So Zane McGregor and Sam Merry. We will see them combine with, I'm pretty sure they're under 17s still, so great to see them out there.
Still just trailing our race leaders from Sydney in front. So Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney will take the win, and Mossman will join them through into the semi-finals of the under-19 men's double scull. About 2 lengths between the two as they cross the finish line now, but they'll both qualify to the semis on Wednesday afternoon. Next home will be Huon, it looks like. The crew from Tasmania, Julian Winter and Patrick Robbie, who will finish third. Fourth will be the far side, just in a pretty quick finish from both these two crews. Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall have moved up 1 spot late in the race, ahead of Prince Alfred College, who will finish in 5th position.
And I just found why it was I recognised Gersoy and Maloney. They won the under-19 pair as well as the double scull in their heats. So having a good day. Well done, Sydney Rowing Club. So confirming the results of Heat 6 of the under-19 men's double scull. Win for Sydney, second Mossman, they progress through to the semi-final. Third Huon, fourth Ballarat Grammar, fifth Prince Alfred College, they progress to the repechage. We're moving now to the under-21 women's double scull, where we have 2 heats, and the first of each heat will progress through to the final, with the remainder to the repechage. In lane 1, we have Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club, sculling with Tamika Webb of West Australian Rowing Club, coached by Stefano Belosso and Ron Mobbs. In lane 2, from Mersey Rowing Club, Ella Spalding and Lydia Tippett, coached by David and Merv Tippett. In lane 3, a composite of Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong with Elena Moran from ANU, coached by Leo Karadimitris and Nigel Harding. In lane 4, a composite of Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise with Ella Smith from Pine Rivers, coached by Glenn Smith and Chris Holliday. In lane 5, from the University of Queensland, Emily Graham and Ruby Dollar, coached by Michael Russell and Phil Bourguignon. In lane 6, from the University of Queensland, Felicity Bishop and Gemma Thompson, coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 7, from Nagambie, Victoria, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Kraus.
They're well past the halfway mark of this race, and the crews showing out in the middle stages. Certainly the Pine Rivers composite crew from Olivia Cook of Griffith University, Ella Smith, who we spoke about earlier, also a very successful AFLW footballer, but had a great national championships last year, winning several events. Rowing here with Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and sitting probably behind still our, in fact, they would be, I suspect, the race leaders there in the centre lane. Lane 4. Also doing well, but on the far side is the West Australian Rowing Club Adelaide composite crew. Georgina Tager of Adelaide, who had a tough single scull race earlier today, but was able to get back in the boat and complete the 2,000 metres. Now very well placed in this double scull heat, along with Tanika Webb of the West Australian Rowing Club. They're the lane 1 combination over on the far side of the course, the western side of the course. And also up there, look to be towards the middle there, Gabrielle Geldart of Toowong, along with Elena Moran of the Australian National University. Probably our top 3. But we think that the Pine Rivers, the Griffith University Surfers Paradise double scull are in front and look to be fairly comfortably so as they come through with just over 500 metres now to race. There'll be at least 2.5 lengths the margin for the Queenslanders back on the remainder of the field as Olivia Cook and Ella Smith, coached by Glenn Smith and Christopher Holliday, go through with a 2.5 length lead. It is still the lane 1 combination there in second place. Georgina Tager and Tanika Webb just ahead then of ANU Toowong there as well. Gabrielle Geldart and Elena Moran. Computer's saying the other way around, but in any case, it's a big lead to Pine Rivers, Griffith University, and then tight for second place between ANU Toowong, West Australian Rowing Club, Adelaide, and also Mersey there in 4th place, Ella Spalding and Lydia Tippett in lane 2, ahead of the 2 combinations from the University of Queensland, Emily Graham and Ruby Dollar, Felicity Bishop and Gemma Thompson, and then Nagambie over in lane 7, Jo Somerville and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. We saw Lily Rose Hall-Kraus racing in the single scull earlier today for her new club at Nagambie, previously racing for Bairnsdale in the last couple of seasons. But now lives nearby to Nagambie and trains there at the rowing club on the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, where, of course, this regatta was held last year. So our leading crew on a fairly leisurely 33 strokes per minute. Ella Smith and Olivia Cook, who've got a pretty big program here over the course of the 7 days of this regatta, and are looking for a comfortable heat win here to confirm their progress through to the final, in fact, directly to the final in this under-21 women's double scull. This might be the first race, Lizzie, I can recall today, where the winner has gone straight to the final. So they'll actually get a couple of days off with a win here. And it looks almost certain that will be the case, with only a few strokes now to go for our leading crew. So Ella Smith there of Pine Rivers in the stroke seat of the boat, and Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise sitting in second place. The combination on lane 4 set for a comfortable win here in the first of 2 heats in the under-21 women's double scull as they go through and qualify for the final on Thursday of the under-21 women's double. Second is tight indeed. ANU Composite have just taken second. Third will go the way of the West Australian Adelaide crew on the far side of the course. 4th goes University of Queensland lane 5. That's Graham and Dollar, just ahead of Mersey lane 2, Spalding and Tippett. So a few changes in placings there in the closing strokes of the race, but our leaders untroubled all the way through the 2,000 metre journey. 6th place will go to University of Queensland lane 6. That's Bishop and Thompson, the combination there, just over a length back, or under a length back, in fact, to Jo Somerville and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus from the Nagambie Rowing Club in race 97. Ella Smith and Olivia Cook, the comfortable winners there.
Confirming the results of the first heat of the under-21 women's double scull, a win for the Pine Rivers Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise composite of Cook and Smith. Second, ANU Toowong, Geldart and Moran. Third, West Australian Adelaide composite of Tager and Webb. Fourth, University of Queensland, Graham and Dollar. 5th, Mersey, Spalding and Tippett. 6th, University of Queensland, Bishop and Thompson. 7th, Nagambie, Somerville and Hall-Kraus. The first named crew, Pine Rivers Composite, will progress to the final, the remainder to the repechage. Winning time 7 minutes 55.55. The second heat of the under-21 women's double scull is now in progress, with again the first crew to cross the line progressing to the final, the remainder to the repechage. Sydney University Boat Club are in lane 2, Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. A Sydney University composite with Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise is in lane 3. Ellie Clifford from Griffith Uni and Lily Gavin from Sydney Uni, coached by Chris Holliday, Duncan Free and Alfie Young. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Cypher. In lane 5 from Mercantile, Chloe Robinson and Victoria Trentin. In lane 6 from ANU, a composite of Madison Joins and Pip Gray, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Nigel Harding rowing. And in lane 7, another composite, Centenary with Jessica Malcolm and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Lindsay Calvert, combining under coaches Chris Holliday, Michael Opstelton and Ben Southwell.
A clear leader here in this race, and it is the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dure and Donovan Seck. We heard before from the Cypher family who were driving down to Brisbane to fly across to Perth for the rest of this regatta, so hopefully they found a safe spot again to pull over by the side of the road to watch Laura in this race, along with Liesl Page, a comfortable lead for the Sydney Rowing Club combination, and they look set to move straight through to the final as well, along with our Pine Rivers Griffith University combination from the previous race. So Sydney Rowing Club, it is almost 9 seconds the margin back to Centenary and Griffith University in second place. Lindsay Calvert of Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Jessica Malcolm from Centenary. They're coached by Christopher Holliday, Michael Opstelton and Ben Southwell. Just narrowly ahead of Sydney Uni in third place. That would be Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. They're over on the far side of the course, so the interest in second and third between two crews about as far away as you can get on a 7-lane course. But in the end, it will matter little because only the winner will qualify for the final. Fourth place also held down by Mercantile, Chloe Robinson and Victoria Trenton. They're on lane 5.
So we've got, in that Sydney University crew, we do have Sophia Whiteman and Zoe Bond, both of whom have been national team representatives, and in the double scull, I'm pretty sure last year actually, in the under-21s. Yeah, Zoe Bond was with Talisa Noak Driver at the juniors, and Sophia Whiteman, I just can't quite recall who her doubles partner was. And of course then we have the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, who, as we've mentioned before, won at Henley Women's Regatta in the UK and then went on to do Henley Royal in a quad.
And they go across and take the win.
Them. Yeah.
And a comfortable win too. Not quite as big a win as we saw Pine Rivers Griffith Uni have in the previous heat, but a win regardless, and they're straight through to the final of this race. Second place goes, we'll go to that Sydney Uni combination on the far side there. Whiteman and Bond will finish second. Third will go to Lindsay Calvert and Jessica Malcolm, the Queensland composite crew. Fourth place for Mercantile, Chloe Robinson and Victoria Trenton. Fifth then will be Sydney Uni and Griffith University. That's Ellie Clifford and Lily Gavin. And sixth place to the crew from ANU and Penrith. Madison joins at Penrith, and Pip Gray of the Australian National University to conclude the second of two heats in the under-21 women's double scull.
So confirming those results in Heat 2 of the Under-21 Women's Double Scull, a win for Sydney Rowing Club, Page and Cypher. They will progress directly through to the final. Second, Sydney University, Whiteman and Bond. Third, Centenary Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise composite of Calvert and Malcolm. Fourth, Mercantile, Robinson and Trentin. Fifth, Sydney University, Griffith University, Clifford and Gavin. And sixth, ANU's Pip Gray with Madison joins of Penrith. They all progress through to the repechage. Winning time 7 minutes 43.09, comparing with 7:55 in the previous heat. And to next, and to conclude our racing for today, 2 heats in the under-21 men's double scull. So 2 heats in the under-21 men's double scull. In the first heat, a composite in lane 1 of Hamish Nicol from Mercantile with Oscar Baregi of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 2, from Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs and Sam Bristow. In lane 3, Patrick Murphy from University of Queensland with Sam Mounter of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen and Gordon Applecrin. In lane 5, Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club and Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University Boat Club, and both of them with the South Australian Sports Institute programme. In lane 6, from Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie. And in lane 7, a composite of Charles Clark from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise with Ed Nutt from Sydney University Boat Club. So no coach listed there, but that Clark and Nutt combination, Don McLaughlin, who is the under-21 men's coach at Sydney University Boat Club, and of course Chris Holliday and Duncan Free, who coach at the Sydney University, Griffith University Surfers Paradise programme. A new combination, so new that they've not paddled it before, I don't think. So not surprisingly, not in the lead at this point. Next to them, Ballarat City's Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie.
So new they're not showing up in the timing system, I think, Lizzie, because I'm not persuaded that Ballarat City are necessarily the crew in front here. No, I believe it is.
Adelaide Uni.
It's in the centre there, yeah, Adelaide. So Adam Holland, who won the under-19 single scull last year, along with Jeremy Beale, the Adelaide Uni combination, are the comfortable race leaders here, despite what you may have seen on the screen there. And then in second place behind them, it was fairly tight, possibly Sydney Uni and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Charles Clark and Edward Nutt. Or on the other side of the course, it could be Patrick Murphy of UQ and Samuel Mounter of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. They're clearly our top three, and then it would be Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie, coached by Grant McKechnie. Apologies to our viewers in Ballarat who are temporarily quite excited there, but that crew does sit about 4th or 5th, and the comfortable race leaders certainly this South Australian composite crew of Adelaide Rowing Club and the Adelaide University Boat Club on lane 5. And they are pulling well clear of the rest of the field. It's the same progress as for the women's under-21 double scull. So first only straight through to the final, which will take place on Thursday. And that will be the all South Australian composite combination, who are working all the way to the line here too on lane 5. So it's Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale who take out the penultimate race of the opening day of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships here at Champion Lake. Second place will go the way, it looks like, of Sydney Uni on... in fact, that's the lane 3 crew. Yeah, so it is Griffith University and University of Queensland in third spot. Then I think it was Sydney Uni just behind them in third. Fourth was the Sydney Uni combination. We think the composite crew and Sydney Rowing Club, followed on by Ballarat City and also Sydney University. Several composite crews in that race, making it a rather challenging mouthful. But no doubt about a race winner in any case. Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale, clearly the top two in race 99, and they go straight through to the final, which is race 434, much later in this week of racing.
And our final race of the day is now in progress. Heat 2 of our under-21 men's double scull. In lane 1, we'll have Melbourne University represented by Massimo Marro and James Horton. In lane 2 from Adelaide University, Nick Burr and Jude Shermer, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. In lane 3, the University of Queensland, represented by Harry Knott and Drew Waitman, coached by Randall Martin, David Waitman and Peter Toon. In lane 4 from Adelaide University, Heath McLeod and Fraser Balnaves, coached by Sam Morton. In lane 5 from the University of Western Australia, Derek George John and Daniel Holding. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield and Tasmania, Jacob Cassie of that the University of Queensland crew in lane 3 has scratched, and also the Melbourne University Boat Club crew in lane 1.
Possibly one more, Lizzie, because I can only see 4 boats still there on the course, but we'll have to wait until they get a little closer to confirm that. But they're racing for one spot in any case through to the final of the under-21 men's double scull. Definitely only 4 boats on the course. I think it might be UTS Haberfield, Tasmania University, the vacant lane about lane 6. So we think Adelaide Uni are definitely there. Nick Burr and Jude Shermer. And the race being led on the on our side of the course here, the eastern side, by the West Australian Fremantle composite crew of Jacob Cassie of Fremantle and Aria Almasi of the West Australian Rowing Club. They're coached by Alex Thompson and Stefano Belosso. So they're certainly the comfortable race leaders. Then what I would assume to be the Adelaide University crew, Heath McLeod and Fraser Balnaves, would sit there in second spot. We have to come through the 1500 metre mark of this race as well, or a bit more distance still to travel.
Very difficult to see, Richard, late in the day, but we knew that from our experiences here in the past. So, but the footage coming through from our fixed cameras are doing a great job, and those watching at home or watching on the big screen here are getting a great view of it. But certainly the Western Australian composite crew nearest the judges' terrace are the leading crew, Jacob Casey and Aria Almasi.
First only to go through to the final, so it does look pretty likely to be that West Australian crew who'll join Adelaide and Adelaide University, the winners of the previous heat. So they'll progress straight through to Thursday's racing in the under-21 men's double scale. The finals, of course, beginning on a Thursday morning. But this West Australian crew looks almost certain to be there in one of the races for the medals on the last few days of this regatta. Still interesting for second place. Adelaide University over in lane 2, Nick Burr and Jude Shermer. But there's our leaders going through 1500 now, and you can see the margin there. One bite disappears off the screen, and we wait for the rest of the field to appear. That's what you call a substantial margin.
That's
I think
one of the biggest.
Lizzie would say at Henley easily.
Yes, that's right. 16.08 at the 1500 metre mark. Western Australian Fremantle composite over Adelaide University Boat Club. So Heath McLeod and Fraser Balnaves, is it in second place, or is it Nick Burr and Jude Shermer?
I think it's Nick Burr and Jude Shermer. We're still slightly confused by that other missing boat, but it has to be the crews on the extremities of the course. So West Australian Rowing Club composite first and Adelaide Uni in second place, and also in third. So Heath McLeod and Fraser Balnaves are there, it looks like, in third position.
And University of Western Australia, Derek George and John Daniel Holding are in fourth place, and I reckon there's only 4 out there, Richard.
Yeah, which does confirm that the UTS Haberfield Tasmania University composite crew lane 6 are also not in this race. So a field just of 4 in the final race of the day.
And they've still got the beat up here, this crew in Station 7.
Yeah, not just a light training paddle here, and I guess they will, well, depending what other events they're in, they will have until Thursday to recover for the final of this race. So they've got a good chance to just test themselves out over the closing stages of the race. And the crew on the far side also is maintaining the pressure until the end too. They've cleared right out on the other 2 boats in the race, but it's certainly the West Australians here well in front.
Still on 30 strokes to the minute, or just about 30 strokes to the minute, the leading crew from Western Australia, coached by Alex Thompson and Stefano Beloso.
As they come through with only about 30 metres to go, disappear into the sunlight for a couple of strokes and come out the other side still comfortably in front. It is the West Australian and Fremantle composite crew on lane 7 who do take the win in race 100, the second heat of the under-21 men's double scale. Second place over on the far side will be the first of 2 doubles from Adelaide University. That is definitely lane 2, so it's Nick Burr and Jude Shermer. They will have to race still in a repechage tomorrow for the under-21 men's double scull. 2 more crews still to come home. Again, it is Adelaide University who will be third. That's the lane 4 crew of Heath McLeod and Fraser Balnaves. And then 5th will be the University of Western Australia, Derek George John and Daniel Holding, as they complete their way down the course. Just a couple of strokes to go to come across in 4th place and row their way through to the repechage of the under-21 men's double scull. And that does conclude 100 races here, so the unofficial results there up on screen. Here's the West Australian Rowing Club in Fremantle first in an unofficial time of 7:09.92, and the 2 combinations from Adelaide University in 2nd and 3rd. So Adelaide University, 2nd place on lane 2, Burr and Shermer. 3rd place, Adelaide Uni, McLeod and Balnaves. And then 4th from the University of Western Australia, Derek George John and Daniel Holding. To conclude 100 races here on the opening day of the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships.
So, Richard, it's been a pretty hectic day, day one, 100 races. What's been the highlight for you?
Oh, it's been great racing early in the day with our under-17, under-19 scullers, but it's hard to go past some of the Australian rowing team athletes on the course. Just after lunch, we saw the Australian single sculler Tara Rigney take out her heat. Amanda Bateman was very impressive in hers, and the three members of the Australian quad, Harriet Hudson and Caitlin Cronin, forcing Rowena Meredith into a repechage.
Yes, it was amazing, that's for sure. But tomorrow we'll see lots of these under-17s, under-19s go around again, under-21s, under-23s go around again in repechages.
Yes, we will. So a lot of them combine now into double sculls and even into quad sculls, and the progression begins again as I look to move through to some finals, but also the repechages for those who didn't quite qualify today to get a second chance to go through to the semis on the next day. So it's just a substantial program for these young rowers, especially to move through.
Finals begin on Thursday, but Wednesday will be semi-final day, so we'll get through another round tomorrow, and then Wednesday is when there's no stone left unturned.
Exactly right. Everyone gets a second chance after their heat, as is only fair with the random rows. We saw three members of the same Olympic quad scull, forcing one of them to row a repechage. So it doesn't always work out in the heat, but they will get a second chance. But the cutthroat racing is coming soon.
So on behalf of the commentary team, I want to thank Richard Dorstein, Lizzie Chapman, Stuart John. My name's Ray Ibbott, and we look forward to seeing you all here again tomorrow at beautiful Champion Lakes. We'll do it all again beginning at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via livestream.com and also linked via our website all week until the final race on Sunday. Hello to our interstate viewers.